folks who are the real users. So, you're coming. We did this project without your help, so thanking them. Workshop, meaning we're not just here to give you a bunch of information and that you're going to stuff in your head. What we need to work with you and explain to you where and how did we get here and where do we need your help. Be the focus. My name is Randall White. I'm the NG911 program manager, and I'm going to introduce to you a number of people who are going to be our speakers. They're going to inform you and educate you, and they're going to give you some homework assignments to fulfill your life. So thanks, and feel free to register right over here if you haven't already so. And first of all, I want to express our thanks to Eamon. Eamon, would you stand up for just a minute? Let's give Eamon a hand for teaching us. This is my first time to Hayes University, and I'm just astounded at what a beautiful campus it is. Eamon, thank you for setting up the facility here today, the lunch and so forth, so we appreciate that. And one other person, one very special person, Jessica Fry with AOS. Thank you, Jessica, for doing the registration and getting us all here. Let's give her a hand. Okay, so housekeeping. Restroom. You go out these doors. If you go to the left, you'll find the men's restroom. Go to the right, you find the female restroom. We're going to a little bit later in the morning for only 10 minutes. Now, if you got to have coffee, then you're going to have to run to the cafe. They got a Starbucks. Wasn't that Starbucks? At good cost, you're going to have to move fast. We're also lunch over there, but if you need that, that's available, and they have some vending machines over there. So if you want to go to the cafe, you'll have to take a guide with you. Amen, that'll be you. Otherwise, you'll end up at the planetarium or the lab, and they'll be doing experiments on you. Then around 11:30, maybe 11:45, we're going to break for lunch. It's a 5-minute walk over to the cafe that I told you about earlier. When you went through your registration, if you asked to be included with lunch, then you'll need to give your money to Eamon. He's collecting it. It's $12 a person. They got a nice facility for us to eat. It'll be up on the second floor over there. I recommend, unless you're real familiar with the university, you may want to go with either Eamon or myself over there. And you take point, and then I'll be here in case there's stragglers, and we'll meet you over there. On the second floor, we're going to meet in Rail's room, or the other one was the Pioneer room. Prayer? Yeah, you go upstairs, and matter of fact, you go, just turn down this hallway, you'll go past the Witten Pendulum, really neat, take that, and you can go out that door and just kind of head straight out toward the back. That's where we're going to go for lunch at the cafe. But you'll want to go up the second floor, and you'll want, at the top of there, turn left, there'll be a trails room and a prairie room. One of those two rooms. Hang around there, we'll be there to show you where you go. So that's what we'll do for lunch. So here's what we do today, what we have for you. First of all, if you have your laptop and you need wireless access, what you'll do is enable wireless on your laptop, go into Tiger Guest site, say, do you accept the terms? Click that, and it'll take you into your browser. Okay, what we're going to do in a minute, I'm going to introduce Scott Eckberg to you. He's our 911 liaison. Real important guy. Probably all of you already know him, but he's going to give you some information that you'll need to know if you learn more about where we are and what we're doing. Good morning. Feel free to register right there. After he does that, then Jessica is going to go through the AOS data gap analysis and give you an update of what that looks like. Sarah Lynn Hayes is going to give us some MSAG briefing that you're going to find really informative and useful. One thing you not only need today, not just next week, you will need it for the rest of your life. So, and we'll be preaching that a lot. It's a Jedi mind game, kind of. As to that, Sherry Massey is going to give us an overview of the GIS data model. As you probably know, Ken Nelson heads up the team, and Sherry has been really instrumental in pulling information together. You're going to want to stay and wait for that briefing.
It's going to be hard, so I'm working.
Yeah. But he does it in such a great way that you just don't want to miss it. You don't want to fall asleep. So anyway, does that sound good for our agenda for today? Okay, so I have here, yeah. So, Scott?
Good morning. Most of you probably do know GIS is critical to Next Gen 911. Without GIS, they call on a route, they're not going to go where they are supposed to go. They'll end up in a default PSAP somewhere. So GIS is probably the linchpin for Next Gen 911. It's the reason we're here. It's the reason we're doing the project. A little bit on the infrastructure, in case you're wondering. For networks, data centers, call handling solution, and network monitoring and maintenance went out on the 4th of June. We have a pre-bid conference next week. You should have got an email blast from me with the details of that meeting. If you want to be there, feel free. It's an open meeting, and you're more than welcome to be there. We're probably mid-July when the bid's back. They'll start to count then. We're hoping to have contract award by the middle of August. So at that time, we'll know who the call handling vendor is going to be. For those of you that are sitting with QuickLink and a lot of over what do you do about maintenance and all that stuff, we should know who the vendor is going to be for the statewide system by August. I'm hoping that we have our first beta sites on the network just for the first of the year. For that really hard. People on the committee aren't as thrilled with the of moving that fast, but so far I've prevailed. We're still moving forward on that, so hopefully that works out. Anybody have any questions about anything Next Gen related?
Picked yet?
I'm sorry?
You get your data sites picked yet, or are you just trying to suck somebody in?
Don't yet. I'm envisioning that those beta sites will probably be QuickLink users that are willing to come on and be beta sites for us. So my goal is to get QuickLink customers on as soon as we possibly can, because they're setting expires. If they've extended their maintenance, it expires in October. They'll be without maintenance after October. They're kind of maintenance now. They've got software support, but no hardware support. And we all know that if something's going to fail, it's going to be the hardware. It's not going to be the software. So, to stay on everything that we're doing, the website is the key. Kansas911.org. Everything council does goes on that website, one place or another. All of the GIS related stuff is on the GIS page. There's all kinds of downloads on there. The GeoGIS templates are there. If you go there first, if you can't find an answer, give me a call and help you. If it's not on the website, I'll get the answer for you, and if it is on the website, I'll help you get to it.
Thank you, Scott. Let's give Scott a hand. He's working. Let me tell you, I'm going to invite Jessica to come up and get her presentation up, but just want to tell you, a lot of times I'm up late at night doing email. Scott's right there. I keep thinking I'm gonna be up later in emails, and it hasn't worked out just yet. So, he hard. Scott is an important person for all of you know. As we move into NG911, we know we're gonna have more questions from you. We understand that. Scott is the one you're gonna wanna call. So if you don't well, get to know him today and get his phone number and feel free to call him if you're not sure what's going on. Let me tell you, this project is complicated. It's complex. It's not easy. I'm very say is on the leading edge of NG911. There are a lot of other states talking about it. Kansas is doing something about it. And that's due in part because we just have an exceptional team. Everywhere you look, you will see exceptional people, and include you. As I mentioned, without you, we can't do this. It just will not work. And also people like AOS and Jessica, probably most of you already know, but Jessica, thank you so much for everything that you and AOS are doing to get us on the map.
No problem. I guess that is my turn. Okay. So, a bit of an update on the gap analysis for both Region 3 and Region 4. I'm going to talk about specifically what we're looking for in the gap analysis, and then I'm going to just briefly talk about some changes when it comes to our Project C, our quality assurance audit, because there are a little bit of changes to those. To start, who is from 3? Raise your hand from Region 3. Did you get an analysis report from Scott?
Yep, late.
No analysis report?
The correct answer is yes.
No, actually, we want to know if they didn't receive it, right? So if you go back to the office and you don't have it in your mailbox for some reason, please let Scott know so that we can make sure that that gets to you, because it's important that you have it. All of the reports were completed and submitted to the council, and when I say the council, in this case, it's Scott and Randall, on the 9th, and as Scott said, he sent out Region 3 yesterday, late, before you came this direction, though, I would assume.
Yeah. It was, I don't know.
So,
Clock, something like that yesterday afternoon.
yeah. 4, data for Osborne County. On getting data from Osborne County. It's Osborne County's fault. We're the telecom provider to that data.
It's Aaron's fault.
Oh.
I said no. Bad apple here.
So all the rest of the data has been received, all the rest of the data has been processed. We're waiting for that TN listing. In the meantime, we're putting the gap analysis reports done. Due date, or the date we said we would get that to the council, is July 16th. I'm honest with you, if we get Osborne County's TN listing in the next couple of weeks, we'll actually deliver those gap analysis reports early, because we're done. We'll be done with them at that point. So Sherry has done a tremendous amount of work trying to work with CenturyLink and get their information. We've hit up Karen a couple of times saying, do you think maybe you'd ask for access to the portal so you can pull your own information? And so we're just trying to work through that. I think CenturyLink only is in 2 jurisdictions in Region 4, and that's Russell and Osborne County. Region 5 is going to be a little bit of a challenge because they have more customers there. So talk a little bit about gap analysis report and what you'll actually be seeing when you get your report. We look at several things, and I'm just going to talk through some of these. And Sherry actually is going to cover in more detail this afternoon, but I want to make sure that you understand the connection between the 3 type of projects, the gap analysis, the remediation, and then the quality assurance audit. So on several of the layers, we look for duplicate features. So this is features that have the exact same location. There just happens to be 2 of them in the database. You can see this one, there wasn't any errors in that. Some of them were getting some errors in the site structure points, which is kind of common if you have all of your points stacked on a single location. So we let you know what those are, and then you can go back and determine if they truly are duplicates or not. Overlaps, gaps, those are where our boundaries and our roads and our data layers are not actually side by side, they're overlapped or they're gapped between them, and so that causes problems. If you think about your emergency service boundaries, if you have two fire districts, right, and you have this gap between the fire districts and a call comes in that area, where does that phone go to? Well, like Scott is going to go to the default PSAP. Well, the default PSAP may be miles away from your own PSAP, and so you want to make sure that your data is correct as possible so that those calls are to the correct location. We typically are looking for things that roads aren't supposed to be overhangs, right? We know that we have some places where roads will go for, a mile, because there's structures on there, there's homes, there's businesses on that. But we're looking for those teeny tiny areas where there's not been any roads that have been stacked together. So we mark those. They may or may not be errors. I mean, we're looking at it globally. You have to look at it, or your remediation vendor has to look at it to determine, is it truly an overhang? Look at road directionality inconsistencies. And this is where your roads run one direction, but your addresses are running the opposite direction. And believe it or not, we do have a few jurisdictions. I don't recall any in either one of these regions, but we do have a few in the state who have their address ranges backwards from the direction of the flow of the road, which will cause problems. And so we those, like those also get looked at through remediation. Splits for the road centerline file against several different data layers. You can see here ESN, fire, EMS, law enforcement, municipal boundaries, county boundaries. So when you go from one boundary to another, there's changes in the information in your street centerline file. That's why those splits are necessary, and so we're looking for those to ensure that they're actually split where they're supposed to be. We also correct ESNs. Several years ago, and Sherry, I don't know how many years ago it was, we went from 3-digit ESNs to 4-digit ESNs.
They're not actually done. A lot of it has been done, but there's still counties that are in 3 digits.
And what we're seeing is sometimes the ESN boundary has been changed to 4 digits, but the road signs haven't been changed to 4 digits, so they still have their 3-digit number. And so we're seeing that being a common occurrence across the state of Kansas. And so we're just looking at our street segments and your address points containing the correct ESN. We're ESN boundary misalignments, and you can see in this example there's an A there, not applicable. Well, this jurisdiction did not provide a fire, law enforcement, or EMS boundary. So there wasn't anything to look at. All we had was the ESN boundary. We couldn't look to see if there were any errors between ESN fire, ESN law enforcement, EMS, and too many E's there. Many E's. We're road inconsistency. We understand that there is necessity for road names to change, right? You have to use the authoritative road name. But if you have 3 miles of road in your jurisdiction, and all of a sudden, for no reason, you have one little teeny tiny segment that has another name on it, and then you have the rest of it as a name, we're flagging those. Now, they could be correct. You have to say that there's an exception there, but we don't know that it's an exception until somebody else looks at it and says, yes, truly, this 1 mile segment actually does have a different name. Another place where we're seeing a lot of road name inconsistencies is when changes for municipalities have occurred, and the roads probably are named something different according to the city where city. Road names aren't being changed inside of the road street centerline file. So flagged, you have the opportunity to make sure that those are correct or not. We're also looking at MSAG synchronization errors. Now we've had a change in this. We did it the first way. We did it one way for regions 1 and regions 2. The state came back to us and said, hey, can you run it a different way? We now a second way for everybody. So we actually are providing 3 extra tabs in your gap analysis reports that regions 1 and 2 actually have received separately. So at the MSAG, we're looking at the full street name with the if the ESN is present. Now, some of them, the ESNs aren't present in the street centerline file, and so we can't use that. If there's no ESN, we can't use it. Actually provide 3 different tags. We're doing the comparison between the road line file and what does match in the MSAG. We're doing the MSAG, what doesn't match in the street centerline file, and then we're actually looking at the ranges to see if the ranges fit within the MSAG for the street centerline file. And so there's 3 tabs in there. One, I mean, there's really not a huge number of errors in most jurisdictions when it comes to that analysis. There are a few that we're seeing quite a few errors, and it really comes down to prefix or direct suffixes, right? Street, you put ST in your MSAG record at AT&T, and so ST is missing. So all of these errors because there's a lot of AVs left in the MSAG versus AVE that we use in our centerline file, and so we're seeing a lot more errors, but it's really those pretty simple things where those can be changed. Seeing a whole lot of roads not being in either one of them, but that's occurring. There are places. Thing is 6th Street, the number 6TH versus 6th spelled out. We're seeing things where one has spelled out, one's number. So just common things that we're seeing between the MSAG and centerline. Coding the telephone number listing or the customer listing, what it may be, against the street center file and against the address points. You can see here there's a total of geocodable TNs at 1,094. There were 290 that didn't match. There was 7 that matched less than 90%, but they had 797 that matched at 100%. So this jurisdiction doesn't have a whole lot of, that's weird thing just popped up on your computer, Randall. That's very
My computer's weird, I'm weird.
So you can see they have a little bit of work to do. I'm just going to put this out so we're not seeing it. NENA GIS data layers. So we look at what the jurisdiction provides, and we look at what was in the original NENA list. That was required, recommended. We quickly determined that the municipal division boundary and neighborhood boundary probably isn't ever going to be in use in the state of Kansas. And so every talks you're going to hear that those 2 items aren't even covered. Just so you're aware of, municipal division boundaries are things like wards in Orleans, boroughs in New York. And one of you has those cases in your jurisdiction, I'm going to go with, we don't have them in Kansas. We don't have those in Sedgwick County. I mean, I think we talked to the city of Wichita, like, no, we don't do that either.
Well, I think Hoxie has it.
Not sure what they would be called. Okay, I'm going to go to my next slide here. We also look at the standards as we start this were a combination between the NENA E911 standard and the next-gen standard. We looked at these, we were looking at what fields don't exist in the NENA standard. Nothing wrong with you having extra fields in your data. You keep them there. If you're using them, you keep them there. We're trying to give an idea how many other fields we have in all of this data. You can see there's really not that many, and actually those numbers are pretty typical amongst all of the jurisdictions. They're between 3 and 6 in most cases that are extra fields that aren't in the standard. We look at missing NENA fields. Well, that's important. If you see the rows there, this jurisdiction has 36 missing NENA fields. Now, those aren't required, but they're there for use. So noted that there was 36 missing there, and it seems to be the 2 layers that have a lot of fields missing are in the address points, which is uncommon because we're going to a different standard, right? We built the data to one standard, and now we're going to a different standard. So the being missing aren't a huge concern. We types and the links. So specific fields have specific types. It can be a number, it can be a text, okay? Well, if it's supposed to be a number and you have it as a text, there's some issues when you move those over because it has a hard time text to number type of situation. So we want just to know that when you get an actual spreadsheet that shows every field and what's the field length and what's the field type, so you actually can see apples versus apples instead of apples versus oranges. The address points to the street center line file. This has been pretty clean, and you know that's really good that it's been pretty clean. This one is 35 address points that don't match at 100%. So that's a really good geocode to their street center line file. And basically, in case everybody doesn't know what a geocode is, look at the ranges on the streets and the address is place location on the street segment. So the geocode, basically we take the points and we put against the street center line file. We also started to look at CAN data. If you don't know what the data is, it's data that's held by your appraiser's office. And I don't know all of the details. Eileen Battles at DASC has done a tremendous job of contacting every jurisdiction, asking them for a copy of their CAMA data so that we can run it. Quickly realized, and we knew it going in, was that there was a whole bunch of addresses in our appraiser's data that have a bunch of zeros as their address and then a street name. Well, we overload the AIR file with all of these zeros because the appraiser's office does not address sites. It's with zeros and the address with the street. So what we did is we actually eliminated all of those zeros before we even did a geocode on them. So when you file, you're not going to see all of these zeros before you down to the actual addressable location. There are more in the geocode versus address geocode, and a lot of those also come down to things like AVE missing or STs missing. Enough, there are a lot of street names spelled differently between the two. So ultimately, the data may not be the ultimate source to ensure your addresses are correct, but at least you can look at it and be like, oh, somebody's city built address these many structures, we don't have it in it. So it's still a good source of information, but it's just not 100% accurate. Multi-address structure formats, and what we're looking for is it a single point or a bunch of points that are just right on top of each other, or are they actually spread out on kind of where they're located? It's hard for imagery to exactly, especially talking an apartment complex, where those points are. But we were to gauge an idea of how address points were being done in the state of Kansas, so we looked at those. At standard USPS abbreviations, the pre-directional, so north, south, east, west, southeast, northeast, I think you get there. We looked at that. This one, the case one is they didn't have any of that data readily available to run, and so that's why you're seeing those stars. And then the pre-directionals on the street center line file, there was none. We're not seeing a whole ton of issues with standardization when it comes to the street setting, so those look pretty clean when it comes to standardization. And the state's done a fantastic job of making sure that those are domain values and those are very specifically outlined when it comes to remediation. So some of those should go down when remediation occurs. We hope they do. Projections, and then we looked at the metadata. Any questions on the gap analysis? Okay. A little bit about the spreadsheet that you all have not used yet. You go back to your office and it's in your mailbox. So there are several tabs inside of the spreadsheet that you're going to get. And I have 3 new tabs with the MSAG data are not on this list. And I handout that tells you specifically what they are, and I'll hand out when I'm done talking. But this is what you will find. So we have a crosswalk. Basically, that's a list of all of the standard GIS databases for 911 and what of your GIS data matches those. Okay? So if you put a data layer named roads file format, then that syncs to the road centerline file. Provide a tab of notes, and the notes are things like there are errors in such and such a data layer, or we took a quick look at the road and there are roads in this specific jurisdictions that are more than 10 feet from the aerial imagery centerline file. So it's just basic notes that don't really fit into anywhere else. There may not necessarily even be an error. There's a tip that shows you all of the errors in the CAMA data geocode and the percentage of its match. For jurisdictional versus NINA fields, that's the crosswalk between if you have a field that's named ESN, is there named ESN in the standardized one, and so those duplicate features, overlapping features, gaps, over. And then we get into roadality inconsistencies. This is we find two roads come from one another, and so those have to go back, and somebody needs to look at them and see do they really flow direction, or should they one actually be flowing the other direction. We the splits by the T, so it's supposed to be split at a fire district boundary, and it's not split there. We tell you which of those segments needs to be split, or you need to look at those. We all of the fields, all of the records in the data that do not have a matching ESN. Have something where your ESN is supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and your ESN is 4, 3, 2, 1. For item, we tell you that those two don't match. We also tell you specifically which boundary with another boundary feature. Consistencies. This is a little bit harder. We all understand that there are some places where road names don't actually flow all the way across the county, even if there's no cities. So we tell you, hey, the segment on this road name is this, and the name is this. You might check it out to see if there's a reason why those road names are inconsistent there. Tab, and we've left it in there that just generally give you items on just kind of generic errors between the MSAG. Like I said, we actually added 3 tabs to the in the spreadsheet that tell you more specifically versus MSAG versus street centerline file, and then the ranges. So you have 3 additional tabs that aren't listed on this slide. You a breakdown of all of the telephone numbers or the alley data that didn't synchronize at 100% to the address points. We have address points that did not code 100%. What your multi-address structure format is, and then we tell you if there's any errors in any of the standardized fields, the USPS abbreviations, pre-directional, post-directionals. We look at your projection type and your metadata. By the way, I mentioned this. If you did not provide a boundary, Ask provided us one from data that they had, and they actually look at a couple of different sources and kind of figure out which one is the best. So we may not have used the ultimate source when it came to the city boundary, so there may be some errors there that aren't really errors that we did because we've used a separate data source. Questions on the gap analysis report? And when you receive this report, if you have questions, please call me. I'm happy to answer any questions. If you don't understand something, please call me and we'll get your questions answered.
Jessica, I have a question.
Yes.
On the Affiliate was synchronization errors. Do we just provide a list of, addresses that might be in the wrong format to the providers?
Are you going to cover that in your presentation?
Yeah, I'm talking about the MSAG and stuff in mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
And counties that can do some of the work themselves, and there are others that can't. So, yeah, Sherry will cover all of that. Other questions on the gap analysis? Yes?
Who gets this report?
Who are sending the gap analysis report to?
To RESAP contact, whoever it is in your county.
Lincoln? Who gets it in Lincoln?
Dustin.
You haven't seen it yet, hit him up. You haven't gotten it yet. We did have, I think, Ness County, we had some, nobody find it in Ness County, and so I think you got in touch with Scott and said, hey, Scott, they haven't gotten it, can you resend it? So, it may be those things that was in their mailbox, and they just didn't know what they were looking for, because Scott, I don't know how many emails you send out to the PSAPs in a week, but maybe they, just, you know.
Block. Like that time, something could have been, he was on, I know he had been on vacation, so something, maybe
Yeah.
general email and somebody accidentally deleted something they weren't supposed to.
Yeah, so if you're in Region 3, and you go back, and your PSAP does not have it, contact Scott so he can make sure that it's sent to you. Because you have it, because your remediation vendors, or whoever's doing the remediation for your jurisdiction, is gonna want it. Okay? So, gap analysis audit. There's a couple of things that I want to mention here. This is the Project C part, so we have 3 parts, Project A, Project B, and Project C, gap analysis, remediation, and quality assurance audit. The quality assurance audit is going to be slightly different, okay? The reason it's slightly different is because Kansas has a new standard. When did that standard come last month? Okay. It was finalized in May. So our gap analysis up to this point, and actually all the way through for this entire gap analysis, will not be following that new standard at 100%. Okay? So we're going to make some changes because this added additional fields, the state-gated domain. You did nothing? Oh, now come on.
There's like requirements that weren't there before, there's new domains, there's relationships between the data, there's topological requirements, there's all kinds of stuff.
There's a lot of changes. So when I say it's slightly different, it's a whole lot different. So it will be different, and so we made some errors that we didn't find the first go-round that were in the second go-round. We, office, have told Randall that we should be able to turn these insurance audits over in 5 business days. There is if a single remediation vendor or a group of remediation vendors send us 21 day, we may get through all of those in 5 business days. So for the most part, I don't think that we're going to be getting 20 of them at the same time. I would hope we're getting 20 of them at the same time. But we're going to try our best. We have enough staff that we can get these things turned around. That's our hope. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. We did talk about this one, but I don't think that there would be any disagreement. The priority, if we do get overwhelmed by data, will be in the regional orders. So we want region 1 done first. Right? So if some 3 get data done before region 1, we have 20 region 1, which we only have 19 because there's only 19 jurisdictions. We will for that region 3 before we get it into the queue. So keep that. We'll try to get through them all quickly. But we expect to. I think these are the audit items. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them, but what is most of them are going to be very similar to what you're seeing in the gap analysis. We didn't have domain values before. That's brand new when it comes to the new standard, and unique ID validation, or the unique ID validation. That's something new too that we're gonna be looking at, because there really hasn't been a standard on unique IDs up to this point. So those are the things that we're gonna look at. Any on that? None? No questions? Okay, the other thing that I might mention is, the state has guidance to those jurisdictions who are doing remediation on their own. And if you plan on doing remediation on your own and you have not received that document yet, please let Scott know or Sherry know or somebody. It's posted on both of the websites, right? 911.org and the DAS website, it's there. Together so that you understand what you have to do before you can submit it for QA. Jurisdictions that, can you just look at our address points? Well, you can't just look at address points because I have to have your street center line file at the same time. So it tells you what you have to do in order to submit data to us for quality assurance. So take a look if you're going to do it on your own. And it's really, honestly, it's the same thing that the remediation vendors are going to do before they provide it to us too. It's just something specifically written for jurisdictions. Okay. Who's starting? Who's up, Randall?
Thank you, Jessica. Let's give Jessica a hand. Jessica has a team of, like 5, 7 people helping you out on this. They are exceeding our expectations. They have the process, we're fine-tuning it as we move through the regions, but they're just doing an exceptional job. As I invite Sarah Lynn to come up and start loading her presentation, something that's really important. If you're paying attention at the beginning, I talked about the Jedi mind trick. Here it is. And Scott touched on this, but you really need to understand this. Next Gen 911 pivot on this GIS data. Ban NG911. It's just that simple. What we might hear right now is removing all that data. It's going to get cleaned up, and it's going to look good. It's going to work well. Then after that, we've got to keep it clean. So we want to, as we go through this process of transition, please remember that we have to keep it clean. Data has to be accurate and up to date. Or calls just are not going to be routed properly. And that could be really, really bad. So keep that in mind, that there is a maintenance phase that follows that we're going to need your help with. And that Jessica touched on that I won't, in case you are not aware of this, you should be, but if you're not, 3 choices. One of the 5 preferred vendors that the state went through and pre-screened as mediating vendors. We know what they're doing, they'll do a good job. So that's option A. Option B is you can go use your own remediation vendor. You can do it yourself. There are terms and conditions associated with each of those 3 options. If you don't know what those are, during lunch, you need to get with Scott. He'll walk you through that and explain what the consequences are for each one, what it means to you. So, having said that, Sarah Lynn, you're going to talk about MSAG or something?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Lynn Hayes, and I'm the Regional 911 Manager for Mid-America Regional Council, also known as MARC, and we service the Kansas City metro area. We have 4 counties in Kansas and 5 counties in Missouri. Kind of unique because we have to cover what's going on both sides of the state. So we're going to talk about MSAG, Master Street Address Guide, and I'm going to tell you, to some people, it can be kind of boring. I'm sorry. Good thing it's not right after lunch. But it's so vital. It's really the backbone to 911. Most people don't know it is, but once we get into it, it'll hopefully start to make sense. Not only will it help you now with routing your 911 calls properly, displaying your, information correctly on a map, reducing the number of 911 errors you receive as far as, addresses displaying properly, that type of thing, but it's what we have to do to prepare us for next generation 911. If we don't have this data in sync and together, it's not gonna work correctly. So it's absolutely vital to what we're, push the button, or is there a?
No, you'll have to push the button, and Sir Linda, if you just stand in the middle there so everybody can see and hear you on the phone.
I feel right up.
You'll have to overcome your fear.
All right, so, this is that I live and breathe. So, it makes sense, and I may use acronyms or something out. If you're not familiar with it, please, raise your hand, what is it? Because you're probably not the only one that's thinking that at the time. Okay, so I mentioned the MSAG is the Master Street Address Guide, and it is the backbone to 911. It's a tabular database. Simple, think of it as an Excel spreadsheet. That's basically what it is. Once the data is exported, it's into an Excel spreadsheet. And they're your streets in your jurisdiction. What's the directional, the street name, the street type, what community is it? Lowest address on that street, what's the highest address on that street within a particular boundary or jurisdiction? Broken community and broken down by PSAP, so public safety point, who services that particular area? And database verification. And what that is when phone companies, someone calls in for new phone service, landline phone service, or VoIP, which is the, internet-based phone system, gives an address, they have to bump the address up against something. They have to verify it against kind of a master listing. And that's what this MSAG is. I will tell you, when I started, we have multiple companies within a jurisdiction, and they weren't great about doing this. Our phone company, which I won't say who, but they would just make up their own. If there wasn't a listing, that they would just make one up and put it in the database. So as we started getting into it, we found a lot of records that had the same street name but different street types, or we main street spelled 3 different ways, but there was only really one main street. For us to clean up that data did take some work, but we're to the point now where every year we have an annual contest with our dispatchers. It has become quite a little competition. It's an error report contest. So what we do is we really try to encourage our dispatchers to submit error reports. If a call was routed, if the address was wrong, even on wireless calls, if a misrouted way off. We know cell towers don't know jurisdictional boundaries, so you're going to have, some transferring that occurs, but something that's just way off. We encourage them throughout the entire year to submit these error reports to us so we can make corrections to the database. We can't fix it if we don't know it, right? And the month of June is kind of our contest month. We have a trailing trophy that goes from PSAP to PSAP, and it's become, between the dispatchers, quite a little competition. And for those that participate, they get donuts. But what we're seeing over the years is we are receiving fewer and fewer because our database is so clean that there just aren't as many records. And it's a great problem to have, to not have as many error reports. But now I'm thinking, great, what am I now? These dispatchers are like making up errors. I think this is an error. I'm going to submit it. I was sorry, it's not, but good for you. So you'll get donuts anyway because you tried. But so the problem for us to have now is that the cleaner our database is, the fewer errors that we have. So, okay, the streets and addresses belong to you, local government. They are your streets. They're the streets, not the addresses from sometimes. They are yours, the local government, right? And who's responsible for those addresses? are emergency responders. So our addresses need to make sense. They need to be findable. My home address is even on a side street, in the street that I'm on, that I live in. The way that they, addressing standard that they came up with was the longest portion of your place. So we narrow, but it's very a long piece of property, issue the address off of. So my driveway, my mailbox, and my front door, everything faces one direction. Our address is around the corner. And so not could it potentially be a problem for emergency responders, but FedEx and UPS, you know, people that have a Garmin or navigational system, they go to the neighbor's house. So tell people, and you know, so even my own county that I live in have problems. So each jurisdiction should have a dedicated person that would be considered your MSAG coordinator. Maybe one in planning and zoning, GIS, maybe it's someone in the PC. Whoever has access to get answers to questions. They do not have all the data themselves, but the go-to person that can get the answers that you need. We have, like in Johnson County, Kansas, we have Mark Whalen who's part of our group, and he's the one go-to person for the entire county. Each jurisdiction has kind of dubbed him the person to get the answers, but then in other counties, we have to work with each individual city and unincorporated county. So we're all set up differently. We try to be as flexible as possible to get the job done. And in some cases, you may just that you want one person in an entire county to be your go-to person. So then I ask the question, do you have available to get the answers you need to the questions you have? Who's going to be the one that knows what's the official spelling of the street name? Unfortunately, you know, city, county, sign departments, and planning, zoning, they don't always communicate, and so you have a street name sign that has a street type that doesn't match what's on the official. How are you going to deal with that? Those types of things. Honestly, the right thing to do is to have it match what's on the legal description. But if you're talking responders or people trying to find addresses, realistically, you know, somebody needs to have some decision-making ability to decide what you're going to use in the end. So, into how we create the 911 database. So, all customer records, all phone companies, they have multiple databases themselves. They have a service record database, so where do they send their technicians if something doesn't work? Some places still do have a phone directory or a phone book, and the billing address, you know, there's a number of different addresses that you use. So what we're interested primarily is the service address because that's where it is. That information flows into then a special dedicated 911 database that's only used for 911 or for our use when we're trying to clean up some of these records. Those individual customer records, as I mentioned, have to be validated against that MSAG. So the house number has to match the range within the MSAG. The direction, the street name, and the street type has to match within that MSAG. And we'll show some examples here in a few minutes. But so each company maintains their own records, but they all have to flow into this master alley database. Alley, the automated location identification. I just remember L for location, N for number. So by the NENA standards, National Emergency Number Association, they're one of the 911 associations, and they've released a number of different standards over the years. And the first one, which would be probably helpful for this project, is the SAG and our NGS data, and it really breaks it down in a very helpful way. I said that the post office can issue addresses. We don't, but do have guidelines that are very helpful, to give ideas of how addressing works, what the street type, different things like that. So, and I think this is available on the website as well, so if somebody wants to go back and try to find one of these, last time it was. Twice. So, our little make-believe city here, this is a city, and we have the police department that covers the entire city. But we have, different departments, different EMS departments. So we have, each jurisdiction, and this could be a county as well, that you have, say, the sheriff's department covers the entire county. We have the fire department just covers the northern side, Fire 1, and then Fire 2 is southern, and then EMS is split. So each jurisdiction would have their own ESN. We have this with the city of Blue Springs. They were started out as a smaller community, but as time went on, they annexed further south into a different fire district boundary. Some fire departments that just cover within their own city, or we have some fire districts that cover a large rural area as well as some of the smaller cities. Well, when Blue Springs annexed down into this other fire district, of course, the fire department for Springs wanted to go with it. Well, the existing fire district said, no, we're going to lose tax money and we're going to lose coverage area if that happens. So one city has two ESNs because there are different fire responses depending on where it is. Unincorporated counties or areas, I think when I worked at my sheriff's department that I worked at, we serviced maybe 15 different ESNs. Some of the smaller ones, and then some of the unincorporated areas based on who the fire and EMS response was, because the sheriff's department that responded to that area. Simple MSAG. We list the streets, which is the directional, the street name, and the type, following the NENA standards. What's the lowest address on that range, the highest address on that range within that particular boundary area that we talked about. Odd even or both is really, it only is important if it's a boundary street, so it's the county line or city limit line. Only the addresses are in this city, only the even addresses are within the other city or the different counties. If it's a B for both, it means it's a street that's completely within this one jurisdiction. We use one community versus postal community because I live outside the city limits. So trying to teach my kids, yes, mailing address is in Kearney, Missouri, but 911 community is Clay County because Clay County Sheriff is who would respond to our house. So trying to teach people what 911 community is versus postal can sometimes be a challenge. And then the ESN, which is the emergency service number, that's simply the number they put on that unique set of community, PSAP, police, fire, and EMS response. And exchange is the telephone exchange. While we really have no say because where the phone company has their copper wire and fiber they use now, we still have to break it based on telephone exchange because that's where the different service providers are break their boundaries. We may always know that. We may have to go to our phone companies to get some of the answers, but if you are familiar with a street that's close to it, you can pretty much guess what the exchange is going to be for an area. In more rural areas, are really pretty large, so you should be pretty safe. So here's an example. Some alley information that might come across on call. I'm not sure the demographics here. Are you all PSAP people? Or are you? I guess I should have asked that question. How many PSAP people are here? How many addressing, planning, and zoning people? Okay, so we have a good mix here. So I mentioned alley L for location. That might be delivered on a 911 call. So of course we have the telephone number phone is registered to the 911 community, state. At this point, we don't use zip code, but for next gen, zip code is something that's important that would be included in data. And who the phone company is, and who the emergency responders are. So for this area, their ESN is 15, and they have, fire and EMS is who their response is. So all of that information currently is what's used on a 911 call. Now, we talk about next generation, and yes, it is important and it is coming, but something to keep in mind is it is down the road, and we have to clean up our data now. We have to start working on it now for it to work correctly, for it to help us now, but it, again, not to touch anything, but then it's something we have to have in place for next generation 911 to even work. We've talked about the MSAG, we've talked about what is the ESN, but here's an example of, again, simple Excel spreadsheet. We have ESN number, which is the number that's just given for that boundary area. What's the community, what PSAP services that community? So where does the 911 call route to? Really who dispatches for, because sometimes a 911 call that's routed to a 911 center, but then is dispatched by a secondary different dispatch center. So who is the call actually routed to, and then who's the law enforcement, the fire, and the EMS that respond to that particular area. Each listing has an ESN number associated with it. So example of our ESN, so the red are jurisdictional boundaries, and then see how the ESN might cover areas. Each community ESN, and then through the unincorporated areas, they do too, based on the fire and EMS response. Okay, so does everybody know who their is, who their 911 provider is? So who maintains your database? Do you maintain it yourself? Do you have a SALI, so like a, a standalone database, or do you contract out with another company, whether it be AT&T or CenturyLink or Intrado or another? If you don't know, I would suggest you find out. How do you find out? Who pays the bills every month for 911? If it goes to the county clerk's office or someone to pay the bill, check with them and see who it is. And contact information, but it's important to establish those relationships if you haven't already, because you're going to start working with them very closely. And they need to know who you are and who the contact is to work some of your data, or to provide access so you can view your own data. So we need to potentially make changes. New construction, so a new subdivision, any changes to existing information. I know on the Fort Leavenworth, they had some old housing additions that they totally wiped out. So not only did they tear down buildings, but they removed streets altogether and wrote them in different spots. They totally redesigned neighborhoods. And they removed streets. Have some of our jurisdictions really got into vanity naming. So Cleaver Boulevard is also, and they will let people address off of either street name. About it, if somebody's going to call in and either request new phone service or make changes to existing phone service, they need to know so they can have the rights correctly. Boundaries, so annexations or adjustments to emergency response. We had one volunteer fire department that shut their doors, and so we had to readjust all of the fire response boundaries because the surrounding fire districts kind of took over. Mentioned, get to know your service provider. We do have the contact information on here. AT&T and CenturyLink both have secure websites that you can request a user ID and password to access your data. I keep saying it's your data because it is. They're your streets and your jurisdiction. it's time to really take a look at that and start maintaining that if you haven't. And there is a way to submit requests for changes to build MSAGs, delete MSAGs, to submit 911 error reports if you're already, so a 911 call that the information, something's not correct. And they have advised that changes can be provided on an Excel spreadsheet. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later, and Sherry, I think, is going to really get into detail as far as how that's going to work. We worked with AT&T for a long time, and we have that relationship established. And so it has been so helpful to communicate with them what we're doing so they have a better understanding, and I think have become more flexible in their processes once they understand what we're doing and why we need to do it. Some quick examples here of some of the stuff that we found since we started cleaning up our database, and it's probably kind of hard to see from a distance, but we have the street that's highlighted, and we are going to figure out when we do our own comparison between the 911 address records and the street center line, and we have a report file, and we have a list of addresses that errored. Something between the two data sets, and why did it error? So we're trying to figure out here what didn't match. So it is in our MSAG, we have ESN, I can't even see what that says, 200 maybe, 100, but in map data it was ESN 115. The question is, which is right? So would have the correct answers. In our case, we maintain our own ESN listing, that the community, the PSAP, not only fire and EMS response, but also who dispatches for those. Because as I mentioned, in some cases we have secondary that you have to transfer a call to that maybe dispatches. And that's very helpful for us to have that information. So in this case, it was a matter of making a correction to the map data to the ESN information to the MSAG. Example here was those where they gave someone a it was on the wrong side of the highway, and so while you can make changes to the map data to work in the system, the question is, what about the emergency response in something like this? And so correcting addresses or changing someone's address can make people really mad sometimes. Leavenworth County worked on a big project where they ended up making 450 address corrections, and 300 of those people were really happy because then, like FedEx and the navigational systems could find it, and it just made sense, and they understood emergency response. But then you had about 150 that were really not happy about it, and they didn't care about emergency response. By golly, they've had that address for 50 years, and they didn't want to change. So you can explain all day long, and understand realistically, in some cases you might be able to make an address correction, but in other you're just not. So what do you do to notify emergency responders of what it is, update your map data, whether it's in the street center line or address point, whatever you can do to make doesn't workable. In some cases, you find one simple correction can fix numerous errors. So, example of an apartment complex, and there are two street segments. So you have the blue kind of line leading up to, and then you have the circle, and we're two separate segments, but have the exact same address ranges within. So every address, every person that had a landline phone in that apartment complex was erroring because of the duplication. So it was a simple correction to the address ranges within the map that fixed it all. So you have something that comes across that might seem overwhelming, like, oh my gosh, so many addresses that are erroring, take a look and find what's in common between these. And sometimes one simple action can fix a lot of it. Here's contact information for AT&T and CenturyLink. Jennifer Knight handles all of Kansas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. So she's located in Texas, but also have a St. Louis is kind of the local contact, and so those folks will be helping a lot of your AT&T territory. If you have access to that AT&T secure site that I mentioned, contact Jennifer, and she will send you the form that you need and kind of get the process starting. It does take a number of weeks to actually, it's not a simple process with anything, but it takes them a few weeks to kind of get that established and going for you. Century is the same type thing, different information, and then they also have a new next generation 911 contact at CenturyLink, which is Michelle Lewis. Screenshot of what the AT&T website looks like. You can query MSAGs, you can make changes, you can submit to build MSAGs. We use, if we just have a few changes that need to be made or a new street that needs to be built, but if you have multiple changes that need to be made, then we use an Excel spreadsheet. I apologize, I should have updated that to the example that you have.
I'll go over it.
And it is very helpful for us to submit a number of changes to AT&T, and cover that. As far as 911 error reports, about half of the error reports that we receive from dispatchers result in some sort of MSAG correction. Dispatch, you know what? This says street, but I know that it's avenue. And after we research and, check with the kind of the people of authority, and we find, oh, you know what? It is right. Make a correction to the MSAG. It changes or corrects every customer record within that tag. And so not are you correcting that one, but you could be correcting 10 or 20 or 100 addresses that are invalid or incorrect. So then the next person on that street that calls 911, then their address will display properly. I think I already covered, record not found. That is when someone calls 911 and you have no location that's provided, record not found, and you're going only by what the person is telling you, if they can tell you. So even if you don't have the information, you can still submit a no record found to AT&T as an error, and they determine who does that phone company, what phone number belong to, whether if it's their number or another phone company, because there are different resellers out there, different kinds of phone companies, and their job, if you're a customer, it's their job. You're paying them a lot of money to do some of this work, and if you're not currently working with them to make corrections to the MSAG or the customer record, you're just throwing it away, because that's what they should be doing for you. And unfortunately, they're not real proactive. They're more active, so if you reach out to them to do it, then they'll do it, but they're not going to do it for you. Something that you have to them or make the effort to do. So, times people say, oh, well, with next generation 911, the MSAG will go away. The MSAG will go away, so why do you even need to worry about it right now, because it's not even going to exist. I like to say is the two shall become one. And really, what it is we have to match up these two databases. They have to be in sync, because the MSAG will flow into GIS. Right now, they're two totally separate databases, and we only use them after the person calls 911, and it's to plot on a map somewhere. What's never going to get into, it's also how calls are routed. And, we don't want calls to start or get routed to some national call center in another state for them to determine where the call should be routed to. And we also still have to maintain some sort of listing of valid addresses in our jurisdiction and some sort of listing of the streets in our jurisdiction. So while people say, oh, well, GIS will handle it all, not really, because you have to know what your streets are, and there may be a street that has no phone on it, that, you know, is still a data, but that doesn't mean that there would be an MSAG for that particular street. We'll continue to know who our emergency responders are and what their jurisdiction is. Many times have we had scattling of, it's my address, I'm responding, or it's not my address, it's not my, you take it, I don't want it. So, you know, we have to kind of know who responds to what areas, and as I mentioned, that data has to be in sync for it to work properly. So, you know, so 911, whether it's from a landline or a VoIP phone, one of these internet phones. One thing I forgot to mention, and I want to cover real quick, is we have some cable type companies, so Comcast and Time Warner, that a couple of years they have removed their records from the traditional landline database, and because they're calling it True VoIP, all internet based, and so we only have access to view the traditional landline records through AT&T and CenturyLink and some of these other companies. So you have access, so say you gain access to the AT&T website, and you can view what record, it's only going to be the landline record. So if you have any of those cable companies that are offering True VoIP or, who's the other one? Or Packet, one of those, you won't see those because they're in a third-party database maintained, you know, the internet providers. So, calls 911, it goes to the PSAP, if the alley is delivered, it has to bump against the MSAG. We use the map to plot the calls, and of course with NextGen it's going to be closer together, separate, and together we'll all save lives. Any questions?
Carolina Hand. Sarah Lynn and Sherry, who you'll be hearing from next, and Eileen and a bunch of other really professional people are part of an incredible team that's headed up by Ken Nelson. Ken, would you stand up for just a minute? During the break, say hi to Ken. He's doing a great job. Let's get him a hand. Okay, here's some good news. We're going to take a break in a minute. Don't stand up. Don't move yet. But I just want to kind of wake you up a little bit. I told you that I was going to give you 12 minutes to do a break. Being the just PM that I am, I'm going to give you 15 minutes. Now, here's the way it's going to work. Is going to be down here in the front to escort anybody who wants to go get refreshments or something. He'll head over toward that building. That's also where we're going to have lunch. So if if you need a cup of coffee or you want to get a drink or something like that, you'll want to come down here, follow him, and I'll pick up the rear for any stragglers. Amen. Men to the left, women to the right, and give you 15 minutes. When we come back, Sherry's going to be giving us a tutorial. As you probably have recognized, this thing is important for a lot of different reasons. I knew that there was going to be a homework assignment, and I'm going to tell you now, because if you complete your assignment before 4 o'clock, then you'll get bonus points, and you might pass the quiz. So it's real simple. Questions are designed to help us work together for the next 3, 5, 12. We're going to have that theme that I hope you picked up on. Here's a homework assignment. Today is not only orientation, but you're getting training. I've learned a lot through these sessions, and I hope that you have. There's a lot of responsibility. It's going to fall on you and your team. The question for your homework assignment is, what future training do you want me Scott and me put together. Scott, another team that's looking at training. We want from you, what do you want to hear about to make Next Gen 911 successful and help you in your jobs? There's some stuff that you'll hear about in the future, but it'd be a whole lot better if you tell us, you know what, I really liked what Sarah said, or Sherry said, Jessica said, I want more about whatever it is. So that's the homework assignment. You have 15 minutes, starting from right now. Good luck.
Grab something out of here and then they're out of here.
Lunch? It's gonna be good lunch. I want to point out that this session is being recorded, right, Jessica? If people want to go back and listen to the presentation, how do we do that?
I will send out the link to the recording to everyone who is signed in or actually signed up. There was a couple of people who couldn't come, so that link will be sent to everyone, and then you can forward it on to others if there's somebody else in your jurisdiction that needs to have access to that and you want them to see it.
Yeah.
We'll post it on the website as well.
Yes.
Website as well. So, great opportunity. If there's some things that you want to go back through yourself or share it with other people in your department, great way to do it, pre-training kind of thing.
Do we have a copy of the PowerPoint slides?
It's all included, right?
So the PowerPoint slides will be part of the recording, but
Right.
if you send me all of the PowerPoints, then when I send the link out, I'll just attach those to the email.
Yeah, good question. Thank you. We'll send PowerPoints as well. Okay, just got a neat presentation, and you're going to bring all of the GIS data model stuff?
I'm gonna talk about so much, just can't even be summed up.
Yeah, it makes the trip worthwhile.
There you go.
So, Sherry, thank you so much.
Really? Everybody, just kind of a little hint on timing. We're rolling really fast through this program, and I am about to stop that trend. My presentation is actually around 3 to 4 long, so you're going to hear from me before lunch, and you're going to hear me again after lunch. We will be here early today, but I wanted to give you kind of an idea of what to expect. This isn't going to roll through real fast. What it is going to be of the local needs and requirements as they pertain to this project, and do everything I can to talk to you about the standards, about what you maybe do, maybe not need to do, and how we're negotiating things with the telephone companies about the MSAGs. I will talk to you about what the remediation vendors are to do under grant money and what they are not. And for those of you that are in here that are maybe thinking we're going to read our own data, we're not going to get a vendor at all. What I'm discussing is directly for you, because you need to know what I'm talking about to be able to make that decision. It is a difficult decision to make because it's not a matter of technical savvy, it is a matter of time. And as I get into the discussion of this data model, you will begin to see the volume of work that's necessary. There's a lot that goes into this, and some of it I know people have some specific questions about. So, if you have something that you go, I really want to discuss that a little more further, or a little more deeply, let me know. It's a pretty informal thing. I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between applications and looking at a variety of stuff, so don't let your question go unanswered. These are really important decisions for us, and we need all the information that we can possibly get to make them. For those here that know a little about GIS, I think you'll be great. I think they have the presentation set up in a fashion where you don't have to be super technically savvy. For those maybe what it stands for, this might get a little boring. I will do for it not to, but if you need clarification or you feel I've just said something important and you get it, don't hesitate to ask. I'll get to talk about it, and if way. I'm sure there are more people in the room that feel that way. So, with all of that, we will get started. The or NINA that national impact and national significance, because all of the hardware and software vendors across the country design to run 911 will assume that the data that they are going to be receiving will meet that NINA standard. It's important that all of our GIS data, if we're ever going to do Next-Gen 911, meet that NINA standard. Unfortunately, that NINA standard really does address some of the specific situations that we have in Kansas that might make it difficult to hook all of our data together across the state and get everything flowing. So we had to make a few additions, and I would just say additions, a few additions and a few clarifications to that NINA standard, because we deviate from it. A group of us known as the GIS Subcommittee to Technical Committee of the Kansas 911 Coordinating Council. There you go. Massive amounts of time on the phone and in person with each other, debating these issues, discussing them, talking about what statewide data, which is what we're looking for here, as opposed to what is reasonable and realistic for a local agency to have to do. Those needs are the same needs, and that has been a big fear of mine as I look at this. I have a whole lot of stuff that I do in Dickinson County that relates to data being just like it is. So when somebody comes and tells me what it's got to look like going forward, that really affects me. Plus, personalities, my own political issues, my own issues locally to deal with, and I wanted to be sure as I looked at the standard and as we were doing these things that we counted for the reality on the ground for local agencies, that we weren't trying to go, well, how do you get it done? Just go get it done. We were putting together something that was reasonable and workable for you. One that I came across just first off was that Next-Gen 911 was, and I didn't. That was kind of disturbing because I had been reading stuff, that I had been receiving emails about it for years, and at conferences and little sessions about it, and my mission really focused on cell calls, voice, and text messages. That Next-Gen 911 is. It's not. And once I finally got that through my head, a lot of the stuff became much clearer. So since I'm a primer, I'm just running with the assumption that a lot of people could use it because it's all subject to that same misinformation that I'm getting. So the first thing I'm going to actually do is tell you to the best of my ability and the best of my knowledge at this point, Next-Gen 911 is. 911 or Enhanced 911, one call is placed. We use the phone. That call goes to a selective router. This is a piece of phone company. What they know about that phone number and it against, thank you, this is it against the MSAG that Cindy just talked about. Like what that address is, what the ESN is, who the, all that kind of stuff is that MSAG and TN file listing. The selective router, and the selective router goes, oh, ESN 1234, that's Dickinson County. That's where the phone is going to ring. And one center phone in Dickinson County rings. That's the way E911 works in the background. Exception that we replace the MSAG with GIS, call is placed. Instead of the router, it hits what's called EZNet. What is EZ? I never remember.
Emergency Services Information Network.
There we go.
IP network.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that for the GIS perspective, you don't have to know. In fact, when I get to a more detailed slide later, you see I just put it all out. The tiny pieces of this that GIS hit, but they're critical. Into the EZNet checks the GIS data to get information the MSAG was giving now. One being what 911 phone should ring. not accurate enough to give an answer to that question, the call is to go to what is called default. Some setup maybe in the state, maybe in another. That'll depend on how everything is going. So if your GIS data within the model is, your numbers will not come to you. They will go else, and someone will have to interpret how to get them to you are. That's what GIS just became in this. It's a change, a huge change. That same kind of information that the MSAG used to, and as you know, forwards it on to the correct PSAP. So the structure is really the same. It takes a much different role. To do next gen at all. My next gen was that it was something that was going to happen around the 911 center. There was going to be some piece of hardware that sat back there. The next gen is something that happens before the call even reaches me. So why do we have to change it? Well, the news, you know, we have text messages, we have video messages, we have sensors from alarm systems, we have cyber information. All of this stuff that the transfer system of E911 and the street 911, which is analog, not digital, can't handle. It can't transfer that information at all. Also, if you've ever had your center go down, or if you've ever tested like your center was going to go down, over to another center can be a little tough. You have the site set up, has to have a whole bunch of customized equipment. You have agreements in place and all kinds of fun stuff. And Next Gen 1 kind of helps with that. You still have to have agreements in place, but the PSAP could be run on a computer if it absolutely had to be. And most of the systems I believe that they're looking at actually be able to run the PSAP for a very short period of time on a computer that doesn't have a whole lot of software. So that changes the dynamic. You don't have to have a big plan and big switches and a secondary site. You may still have those things. You may even still feel that your team needs them, but you won't have to have them should everything go down. The other is interoperability. Now, most of us are working on some sort of 911 software that is the completely proprietary. Data that's coming out of that in any other system, you go through some major effort to export the data that's in it because there's no interoperability built in. It is designed to be a one-way chute that goes to your 911 center, to your call taker. Doesn't have a whole lot of play forth. We're trying to set up, for example, your computer-aided dispatch system to receive your information automatically. That process, it may seamlessly now, but it wasn't so hot when it first started, and that is because of the interoperability issues with 911 as it sits. So 911 technology needs to be mainstream. It needs to be like you do with every other piece of technology, with common file formats that can be used in applications if they need to be. So we can transmit things like text, video, alarm sensor information. All of this does not work on the current infrastructure. So running circuit switched, the Next Gen 911 is packet-based, like all the other internet traffic that's out there. It has to take E911 completely. It has to be able to do everything E911 is currently doing, including go through selective routers, hit the end, and route call identically to the way they're being routed right now. It has to add new abilities. It also has to be able to encompass some new things. And it's got to switch over to GIS versus tabular data for a lot of reasons, but the easiest one is that whole XY coordinate issue. A lot of devices are sending their location based on GPS. Right now, you cannot receive that on the initial phone call to 911. That has to be in a data packet that comes after. For those of you that mess with 911, that's called rebidding. Maybe your system has a way to automatically, but it come in the initial call. It can't come in what's called the header of the phone call. It's just not really possible. So what we need is something that can take that XY right away, that does not require the 911 dispatcher to go out and ask the phone to tell it again where it's at, which is what you're doing on a rebid. It needs to receive that first time around. It needs to receive that on a message like a text that doesn't have a bounce back, or does it this one? So this, did that all make sense? Does anybody have any questions about that?
I just hear talk at the state level, because we're all gonna be purchasing products in the next 3 to 5 years, about some kind of certification so that we'll know the software or hardware that we're buying is gonna have some interoperability?
I think Scott has much more, so.
We're talking call handling,
Your own software in the back of your PSAP, right?
the plan that we did with call handling software for the state. It'll be a state system. Basically, the equipment that'll be in your PSAP is a router, and a workstation, or more than one workstation if you have more than one seat. That will all connect back to the hosted equipment. So having all of that backroom equipment in your PSAP like we do today in 117, we share it across the state, which is a much more cost-effective approach than per 117 sets of that year. So if you become a member of that statewide system, all of the equipment that you're going to need to make your PSAP work will come through the system. There will be a user fee, or however you want to look at to participate. And that's how we'll refresh the equipment and continue on a statewide basis. But as far as actually having to purchase equipment or finding out, what equipment you need to purchase, that'll all be taken care of at the state level.
And if I'm wrong here, because I may be going off, but if you choose not to participate in the state system, there will still be software companies and phone companies that you can deal with to put the hardware and software in your agency that will work. It's not like this is the only option. What you've got to focus on when you do that is NENA compliance now and forever. The business to keep an eye on what you're purchasing to what you're looking for. That doesn't say they're compliant with what NENA's doing now, but they promise you they will continue to be compliant as NENA updates their standards going forward, because they're in some level of upheaval right now. A lot of the stuff is taking public comments, maybe going into, some of it is only in its first draft, some of it is going into a new draft. So if you buy something, make sure the vendor has committed to compliant with that NENA standard, no matter how it changes in the future. They have to talk to NENA and to throw fits if they think NENA's doing something that they can't comply with. They take that avenue, not hanging. That's the big to worry about. So there isn't anything that's like certified by the state as yes, it'll work within the system that's been put together. When compliant, you should be good, because that's our focus on the GIS data, and then all the hardware stuff that I'm not part of, that's the focus there as well. So, does that?
Yes.
If you go with a vendor that's different than what the state settles on for the statewide system, and you purchase that equipment, there is an interface that has to be done, because of the NENA standards, the NENA standards specify that all voice traffic has to be handled with session-initiated protocols. So, standard, and they've adopted that standard, but they haven't said how you have to implement SIP. So all of the different vendors can implement it just a little differently, so there has to be some interface work done if you've got a vendor other than where the state settles to make it work together.
About that, though, is that since the state has and will have a really defined this, it's to the companies to write that interface rather than charge you for that interface, because they're going to be able to give it to any other customer they get in Kansas. They'll only need to do the one. There should be some bargaining room there, I would think, Yes, sir.
You know, today we do everything with master street address and guide.
Yep.
Earlier they said it was gonna transition into the GIS.
Right.
Once it all transitions to GIS, are we going to upkeep the SAG updated, or does it eventually go away?
We will always have a listing of our streets and what's appropriate.
The question really comes back to your 911 provider, your MSAG provider, your AT&T, or
Right.
So
Do I
here's
continue to update when I get new streets?
here's the question. Let me back up. Question is this: is routing their calls through the left side or the right side? Because as long as routing that way through the selective router, you've got functioning MSAG. The state cannot control that. This product cannot change that. Now, AT&T and CenturyLink, the biggest two, have been working with us, but they're setting dates on when they're going to cut their selective routers off.
Okay.
So you're going to have that MSAG as long as they're routing that way. Is that you? It's keeping them in line. I'll talk about the MSAG in more detail, and I'll talk about how to imagine this transition is going to work. And that imagination is based off of conversations mostly with AT&T, who has been the most active participant with us, because of why this needs to get started now and how we'll carry forward.
Because I'm looking at phone bills here.
Yep.
X amount of dollars a month to AT&T now, and then I go over to next gen. Am I still gonna be paying this bill to AT&T and turn around and be paying for that SENet on top of it? That's major expenses.
There's nothing that can be committed to, but I can almost guarantee you that if they're lagging behind in transferring from selective router to ESENet call routing, that the coordinating council is going to be communicating with them about how can you charge these people full price for something that is only being used because you're slow. I'm sure that communication is going to be taking place if that happens. They go, Saline County, ready for next gen, you've got everything on your staff side, you've got everything between us and you, we're done, we're going to switch over. They may do that. I think there's some negotiating that can happen. They've been very interested in participating at this point.
Is there gonna be any push for the wireless providers to start supplying subscriber information?
They can't right now, so we can go, will you please? But it doesn't help much until we have a throat for them to push that through, which is what next gen is. I don't have a lot of means to negotiate that with them. The intention. When a bit further, I'll talk to you about all of the data that can be pushed through next gen, or at least all of the data that we've imagined thus far. And you'll see that there's probably going to be a lot of those negotiations going on.
Like Quickland counties where you're talking about building data counties, does their service provider have to switch over to have the capability on the ESENet before they become a beta county?
They would go to the ESENet, and we would deliver their calls through the ESENet to their workstations, but
Go selective router to the ESENet and down.
to the ESENet.
Major wireless carriers are further ahead than.
But the thing is, right now, what happens, for those of you that don't know, when you dial 911 on a cell phone, that tower, and that tower has a landline, and that's how you got the phone call. It didn't have anything to do with where the caller was located. And if you have towers in your area or the towers are very busy, this is how a 911 call placed in Dickinson County can get answered in Saline County, and does all the time. Or I think actually a few of you have actually been in the class I taught where I kind of talked about this. One of the first two callers Dickinson County ever got was from Ohio. They were driving state in Ohio, and conditions were just perfect, and they had a phone that didn't have permissions on a lot of towers, and one call. So I think my understanding is once it's up and tested and everything, they need to start transmitting most of the major wireless companies, but everything's functioning well first. But yeah, that'll probably transition before wireline does.
Well, too, in our area, working with AT&T Wireless, so my cell phone is on the 4G network, right? But AT&T is just now in the process of upgrading the 911 side from 2G to 3G. And so the 911 side is not always a priority to them, antiquated equipment. And so, I was told by AT&T that it'll be a number of years before they're even ready to move forward, so.
I'm sure a lot of you had saw the news story where it went out sort of erroneously that everybody can text 911 now. It's not really erroneous, you can, it just doesn't end up where you think it will. And that's part of it. That's them transitioning their system to be able to do this. We have to have, first of all, somebody has to have this network in place that you can get on the screen, and then you have to have software to translate what's coming out of it. You can't just, you can't just then figure it is. So there's moving parts here, and I was always under the impression that the only moving part was setting it as a PSAP, and I think this is so important for everybody to kind of look at.
It's a hurdle.
It is. So, specifically, because that's our focus today, we're going to talk about the role of GIS in it so that you understand where this sits in the system. The database, or the Master GIS Repository, has two pieces of the ESNet. The first one is LVF, or the Location Validation Function. The second one is the ECF, or Emergency Routing Function. That's a big monster. So, LVF. Right now it's in a phone, a landline phone, and they try to put it on Mockingbird Lane, and you don't have a Mockingbird Lane. AT&T, CenturyLink, or whoever will call you and say, I have a Mockingbird Lane. Is that right? Or recently, maybe they're not calling you, and they're just typing Mockingbird Lane into your and adding it for you as a courtesy. But that's what's happening right now. The address, when it does not hit the MSAG, they call you and they ask you to come in. This is when it's first assigned or when the address service is first provided. So, in the future, the service provider has an address to check, and this won't just be landline phones. This could be addresses that are assigned to everything from VoIP to services to number of devices that are out there that we're thinking of that aren't GPS capable, or GPS is not their primary location function. They instead want to type an address in. So they're going to come in and send that address to the location validation function, which will be checking GIS data, and it'll say, yeah, this is good, or no, this is not good. Basically, until the address is correct. If they believe the address and the LVF is failing it, they will communicate with whoever is handling the repository, who will then be communicating with the local agency responsible, or that will go directly to the local agency. All that hasn't been exactly hashed out yet, but it's the same function that happens right now when a landline phone goes in. The whole GIS database constantly updating the LVF at the top. That is called provisioning through the SAF, or spatial interface function. So if you ever really get bored or can't sleep and one of those need a standard, that's what they're talking about. What they're saying is the GIS database is constantly pumping information so that it can do its job. ECRF. 911, their phone goes into the internet, into the cloud. It's a cloud. I described it that way. And what's in there? And one is the ECRS. And its primary function is to figure out the piece that gets that call and then get it there. It is the select router. All filled up with the data from the GIS database, and the first and most important job is to route that call. But before it gets there, it's going to go out and have any additional information it can get. Right now, that additional information is Ally, the ESN, all that's available. This could be any number of databases and any number of pieces of data. GIS data, NINA has already made it that they expect eventually, it will never be a requirement to make the system work, but they will be able to push parcel information back to them. We will be able to push things like hazardous material registrations back to them. We will be able to push things like maybe even known systems that have registered through some sort of database, that kind of thing, back to them. All of that will happen in an automated fashion right here based on GIS. Grabs additional information and pushes the call and all that additional information right to the PCS. Again, the GIS is provisioning through the SIF, getting the data in, and a terrible job of making up its acronyms, and I was really tickled. We had a phone call with one of the guys that's on the committee that is handling the NINA standard, and kept apologizing and telling us that he wasn't responsible for the acronym, because the actual way that is transmitted back and forth between those two is the LOST protocol. So if you got to know the LOST protocol. The ability to route emergency calls is going to depend on GIS data. It has to all be the same in formatting. It has to be mostly the same in the data stored in it. It definitely has to have the minimum, but it needs to have some of the extra stuff too. It has to be accurate. It also has to be current. This is one of the tripping points, because the currency of your MSAG is based only on you. You call AT&T or whoever when there's a change. This GIS is not just your data. It's maybe statewide, in some cases, maybe even national data. Getting updates up to whatever the aggregated data set is going to be a real big priority for us, because if we, for example, a new subdivision going in, and maybe trailers on site that gets a landline phone for the construction guys that has an address on a road that technically is there but not fully built yet, we don't put our GIS data and they call 911, the call will go nowhere. At this point of keeping good GIS data, it's about making sure your GIS person or whoever's maintaining that data, the vendor, the whomever, is on all kind of stuff. Personally, in my county, when I first came out of 911 to GIS, I was actually amazed that annotations were filed. Frankly, that limit boundaries only changed when the officer yelled at me. Yeah.
I don't want to yell at you.
Oh, go ahead. It's okay.
That trailer area you just talked about, is that strictly just if it's a line phone?
Yeah, because Y will always work. Line phone. Or using satellite internet and they're using a VoIP phone service. Then the app typed in the address that's going to try to hit. This VoIP gets a little weird. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but VoIP IP transmits the address that the user said they were at. And they said that when they first got onto the system and they were filling out a form that they didn't consider to be very important. Unfortunately. Now, I'm sure on there that said, and this is what 911 will get from you. But I'm sure you also know how quickly you go through those forms, and so can probably guess how quickly a lot of people go through them. And only when people move, they don't think about going in and changing that. So that's a little problematic, especially if they get creative and they know they're on the corner of a golf course road, only that doesn't really exist. So they put it there, and because they know you'll be building it, but there's nothing there.
But if their address is Florida, don't bother to change it.
Florida will get the call. Yep.
Johnson County's had one of those.
Yeah, in California, Mark was telling us they were a company moved their VoIP service with them to California and reported a fire in a warehouse, and Johnny got the phone call.
Credit card.
Yeah, credit card.
response time.
Next gen will not fix that. Next gen can't fix that. Nothing can fix that. Well, that's not true. VoIP providers could fix that. They could find some way to make people certify on a regular basis that that's their current address. They could say, you know, it's been 3 months service and you can't make or receive another phone call until you verify this is your current location. I mean, it could do something, but that's not. We have to use what they give us, and unfortunately what they give us right now is just what the customer types in. Cool. So now the data model. I did. Okay, cool. Just trying to clock at time so I don't kind of stop in an awkward place. This whole system is going to rely on the idea that data, the GIS data, is going to be standardized. It's got to be current, but it's got to all look the same. It can't be together properly if it doesn't. So we have Nina's most recent version of the standard, and some things in there, a couple of things in there that I'll just tell you right now are a little confusing. I'll show them to you. We have to do them, because that's what the hardware and software is going to get written to. But they probably aren't the solution we would have picked if we were to pick whatever. And there are a couple of things in there that we really felt we needed to add to make sure that as we go forward in Kansas, the process of creating all of this data and the process of communicating back and forth between who is aggregating that data and the local agency is well facilitated. So, first of all, how many have seen it or heard of it? That thing. From the committee. I'll be like, come on now. Okay. I'll have a couple of web links at the end of the presentation, one for the DASC Next Gen 911 site and one for the Coordinating Council site. Documents available in those places for you to look. Right now it is in version 1, our official version 1. As Nina puts out a new version of the standard, it will end up at 1 point something else because we'll do a just fire for what Nina has done. The idea behind this whole process, before I even start talking about it, is if you do what's in this document, you get it in that format, Nina comes along and says, needs to change. Or something has happened and we come along and say, needs to change. We will hold changing it. That's the whole point to doing this. If it comes and says we have 3 more fields we need, then we will help you get those fields added and changed. It's bottom line. Everything we can possibly do. Training to tools that we send you, things like that. So don't worry about this line. We know it's going to be a little bit flexible as Nina goes forward. We are going we can to K. It's a budget. I think we can manage it. Let me pop quick. Yeah, it's version 1 and it already has a change log. So give you an idea. It's pages, and we're going to be hitting some of them in detail, but document conventions built into it. That's what I sort of mentioned here. There's a shall or must. You shall or you must. Bottom line. Almost everything that says shall or must. Very close to everything. And we have responsibility. Now, subcommittee did. Those things we felt were important enough that needed to be in there as absolute requirements. And every week we could think of the opportunity to tell us we were wrong before version 1 came out. We incorporated as many of those changes as we possibly could. And if you're wrong now, you know, now that version 1 is going to be a little bit more sticky to change, but we will be hearing people's complaints and concerns going forward as we look at future versions of the document. So, doesn't have to now. Your data to fit together is going to have to meet these requirements. But if you really think there's something that needs to change or there's an undue burden on you, don't hesitate to let us know. Recommended and preferred. These are things that we thought were a good idea, but they're to make anybody do it. There's an undue burden on the locals where we go, yeah, it'd be great if everybody did this. but we don't have good reason to make them, and it's an undue burden. I'll tell you right now, some of Dickinson County's data does not meet recommended or preferred guidelines and isn't probably going to. There are some you do, but it's something you're going to have to deal with locally. We also had, before I step on from that, we recently, and as you all know, have been a lot, all of you in GIS know, there have been a lot of requests from local entities to say, tell me how I ought to do this. I'm here staring at a computer full of data, and I'm not entirely certain how to get it in good shape. Would you please tell me what good shape is? What it is supposed to look like when I get done? Myself included, GIS was something that was tacked on to our jobs, and we had to figure it out going along. So some of the recommendations aren't so much about next gen as they are about saying, hey, for those of you who ask how to do this, this is what we think you ought to do. Just recommendations. Through the remainder of this discussion, I will use the term data steward or local data steward a whole lot. Because we can't say PSAP, because the GIS department isn't within the PSAP. We can't GIS because not every county has that. Not every city has that. Not every PSAP has that or has access to it. So we can't because not everybody's going that way. We're responsible for the data locally, local data steward. Now, I'm vendor in there and shouldn't have because that's never a vendor. You're paying them to do your work, but someone locally is responsible for that data. In the end, because this is 911, it falls on PSAP. But if you have a department that is completely separate from your PSAP, as most of us are, then there's got to be coordination and some work in there. The data aggregation and the data aggregator. Those both are used a lot. Aggregation is the process of taking all of our data and lining it up. As you can imagine, it doesn't work like a puzzle. It doesn't get just all easy. Aggregator is the person or organization that is going to do that. We do not have that stuff out yet, but we want data to help their jobs be easier. So the first, probably the one that's going to be a little hairy for some people, is authoritative data only. The feature that you submit to the data set has to be yours. Now, the Dickinson County Road Centerline file, before I trimmed it off for this requirement, you would see it extends several miles into Clay County, Morris County, Marion County, and all of Saline County, because they sent me all of their roads. We have almost every border of our county, which means occasionally we get cell calls from every county around us, and we need that data to help power our 911. But I and Judy do not want me to, can tell them what the Saline County road address is. So even 911 data, I'm not giving that to this aggregate data set. That is theirs to submit unless we have some sort of agreement where we're submitting together for some reason. Okay? So even perfectly okay and very advisable for you to keep out-of-county data in your stuff for 911. You submitting it, or you need to mark it somehow so that the data aggregator can remove it. Talk about just some general things about the attributes. This stuff, they have an A in all of their documentation for alphanumeric, and that means it can be a text field, it can be any combination of numbers and letters. D is date and time. In software, it's a date field. That's what I'm familiar with, so that is what I will refer to, but if you have some questions or need some help with other software, we'll get it. If N or numeric, we mean integer. If it is an A or numeric decimal, the decimal number field. There are just a couple of those. Every attribute is listed as either mandatory, conditional, or optional. Every attribute has to be populated for appropriately. For a second, optional attribute has presence, the field there, empty. Use it, whatever works better for you. Condition, if it applies, has to be populated. The best example of conditional is the street directional. 6th Street is my address. If there, it's got, you can't leave it off. You can't just call that 6th Street and move on. It has a directional. So that field is conditional. Applicable, held out. So far, because I'll be as I roll on forward. In the attribute table has to be there, and it should be in the same order if you can get them that way. This is one that is a little tricky because when I mess with data, I know the computer doesn't care what order they're in, but it makes it a lot easier on the data aggregator. Put them in that order. If it's reasonable for you, if it doesn't cause you a problem with your software, then please put them in that order. Next, my calendar, the very field to be the street name. So that's an issue. It also requires me to change the format of the data, so I can still follow the standard, but I have software that requires something like that. It keeps being able to hold our field order. That's the field you have to use. Your fields are different from what's in the standard. Tell us in meta, back and forth. Again, such a thing, especially with 911 stuff or with some other software that you're using, that the software needs the name of the road name field or the address range field or something like that. If it does, you're certain to use that name instead of the one we gave it, but we need to know how those fields map across. It shouldn't ever be a guess. So that's why I ask you to go into the metadata, and we tell you the document where to go, and say, our LTA field is equal to your to address field. Okay? And that's what we're looking for. Kind of one of the requirements is that every single record has to have a persistence identifier within the local data. Word persistence be the object ID, which for our Esri people, the ID is assigned to everything. It's not persistent. It changes. Certain things you do to the data as we rewrite the order of those things and change those numbers. So that qualifies. Run into kind of an issue, and if you're using Esri, you may have an easier time of it, but the Esri software also does not have an automatic way to assign a unique identifier. You can build a unique identifier and number it 1 through forever. We have put together a tool that will do with that. It's still something that has to be run when you want it run, but it will assign unique identifiers, and it will not overwrite them. It will only assign to records that don't currently have one. So it will help you do this so that you don't have to go through and go, this is the last number I used? Okay, this is this number. Currently available for download, but I think that has been tested out enough, and we'll probably get it up in the next few days. If they're inside the standard, it represents the only valid values. For example, there's a field address parity that can odd both. On this street, all the addresses are even. On this odd. On this side, both odd are present because the same. Or zero, we don't have any address range on this. Maybe the line is too short or not assigned yet. You put any in that field except for E, O, B, Z. You can't do it yet and put IDK. You can't do that. And so that's what I'm talking about here. If there is a dimension listed in the standard, it represents the only valid values to use those values. There are very specific places where this has caused a little bit of heartburn. I will show you them, and I'll explain kind of what we worked out with people, and explain to you why we made the decisions that we did. Road center lines. We'll talk about the geometry of them to begin with. Roads are the line of all address, private, and all public roadways. That's what they're supposed to be. So if you're wondering what should be in my road center line layer, driveways be in my road center line layer? The answer is no. Now, the driveway is a quarter mile long, and there are 4 houses addressed off of it as you go. Store some in there if you want to. Get them out before you submit them. So I recommend that you come up with a method of doing that, or you store them separately. The segment will be broken at every intersection with another segment, including classes. I will handle that as we go forward a little bit. They are broken at the state, county, municipal, or emergency service boundary, and ES or emergency service zone boundary. I'll between those in a little bit too. Any changes. So Northern Avenue, as it goes out of St. Abilene, becomes Highway 15. This is for purposes. At that point, it needs to break. If you choose to record surface in this data, just because you record surface type locally, doesn't necessarily mean you will want to record surface type in the data for our purposes, and that's because we tell you what you have to use for those values. We did, and I will explain that. But you may have surface type fields depending on your local needs. But that, where you travel to mud, you break the line so that it's clearly displayed and vehicles can be routed properly. The line is required to be on the road surface. I recommend it be within 10 feet of the center. I'd love to be able to say everybody absolutely has to have them within 5 feet of the center, and curves have to be curvy, and there's some really cool things we'd like you to try. But frankly, some of that stuff is time consuming, and none of it matters for Next Gen 911. There is an end in your curve, I promise. So it is required to be on the surface. That's approximately the right XY required for Next Gen. For people that are big on cartography, this is with this requirement. But it's a credit burden. What do we do? Needs to move from low to high address. Because geocoding, which Mika and Sarah Lynn talked about a little bit, geocoding is a computer mathematical process that works better low to high. It does not work at high to low. It's an address point for an S, and it has to check the road centerline file. It is more accurate if that centerline file is going low to high, so that's what our requirement is. Are there questions about that? Don't be afraid, GIS people. Go ahead. We'll out-tech them for a little while. I'm cool. So, questions about any of that? Any of that?
I guess one question.
Sure.
If you do have a road and it's on the city county boundary, same road name, different one, that could be handled with your left side and your right side. But one goes one direction, the other goes the other direction. Recommend maintaining that within one center line, or having two different center lines.
For maintaining two, because we have some places where people have changed names, for example. So all the addresses on the left side of the road are like 71, and all the addresses on the right are Bluebird Lane, So method, and I'll show it to you in here, these two lines. But in that case, that's one of the places AOS is going to go, hey, your line direction is the wrong way. but that's just fine. That's an exception that you can go, no, that way. I got one, it's gonna be wrong no matter which one I pick. Does that make sense? Any questions or concerns with that? Okay. So let's talk about what I'm talking about.
I drew that one.
So, this doesn't work. This is appropriate. The XY coordinates pulled off of this stuff is too far off. That's why we're requiring that. It also looks of poo. So that's just not cool. This standard. It's I throw this up there every time, and every time I wait for somebody to go, well, that just looks horrible because of that. First of all, when I first did my centerline files, I didn't know anything about how to put a curve in GIS at all. So this was make nothing work. But also because for any of you who have worked with me for any period of time, I'm a data person. I'm not a drawy person. I'm a straight line with a pair of scissors. I pay people to write GIFs. I mean, it's just horrible. You can't do any of this stuff with any quality, but the standard because it meets the XY requirement. When you do on this, you're going to be in approximately the right place. That's what we need. Which also drew. Thank you. Meets the standard. It doesn't have a curve. I still did that text. I have software that the curve tools, especially within Esri, you have to take the stuff out of Esri and into a shapefile. The curve tools make a whole lot of vertexes. Nothing wrong with that. But some there's a lot wrong with that. So you make requirements that have to deal with these standards in just a little bit of a different way. So I know why we didn't make them hard and fast. Note that it does not currently exist in the data. And the vendor is making a line for you. It has got to meet that 10-foot standard. The 10-foot thing is because it's an undue burden, not because it's a bad idea.
During the remediation process, there won't be a lot of time spent on the vendor side going through and edging.
Vendor. It's on your vendor. That's a discussion that you can have with them. So the requirement is if they draw one brand new, it's got to look like that. So now document, and we're going to talk about attributes. We're all about special cases in geometry. Things didn't quite hit, and then we'll do a real brief summary of the road centerline standards. And just a warning, road centerlines and address points are the big monsters in this data. The rest of the stuff we're going to talk about pretty quickly. So as you get into the document, let me segue to this right quick because it's up on the screen. This is the introduction. There's a lot of good information in here, and not just because I wrote it, but there is actually a lot of stuff in here about why we made the decisions we made. So if you're curious or you don't understand something later in the document, this is a good place to come back to. One of the requirements that I didn't mention and should have is the case. This was a late addition because of a conversation with a subject matter expert that does a lot of work with Nina. All data needs to be in uppercase unless it's one of the label fields, and I'll point those out to you. The reason for that is because some of the legacy 911 software does not understand that capital A and little a are the same character. So to do with anything that happens in your agency, what it has to do with is some of the legacy systems that like AT&T and CenturyLink and those kinds of things might use. So it needs to be in uppercase so that we can still be receiving and sending information from those old systems for a time. That requirement is there. As a person who spends a lot of time on a computer, that just looks like shouting to me, and I really didn't want to have to do that, but there's a technical reason that it makes sense. ladies and gentlemen, is the list. Underline, attributes, and that is long. We added a couple, and a couple of the ones that we added, Nina is going to adopt, it looks like. So, this has been kind of a back and forth process with them. But there are things, and I'll zoom in here so we can see this just a little bit better. There are things in here that are pretty standard. Every record has this steward field. The agency that is responsible for this particular, their boundary, we get along really well, so I'll pick on Celine and me for right now. Solomon boundary. Have a Solomon Road in our data. We address one side, they address the other side. If there's a problem with a Solomon Road segment, the data aggregator needs to know who to call. So it has to be on every single segment. Is this a Dickinson County segment I'm having a problem with, or is this a Saline County segment I'm having a problem with? Standardized domain. Actually, the data steward, I think, I say down here, it's the GIS or NSITS code for the agency responsible, and that is for the city or county responsible for the PSAP. That's where it's from. It doesn't mean anything else to you, that's just where we got it from. Every L update or last updated, this is the last date that was updated. Get that done a little easier. There's a date, which is story, and an expiration date, which is conditional. Very much that anybody is ever going to use an expiration date. The idea behind that is if you know ahead of time that 6 months from now our road's going to change names, then the current road name expires 6 months from today, and the new road name starts 6 months for today, and you can have both lines in your data at the same time. If you're that organized, awesome for you, but I got to tell you, the subcommittee was like, wow, who's going to do that? I have enough trouble keeping the ones that are current right now. That's what it's for. Set effective date, so we've just put some guidance in there. All of your stuff is currently effective as of, assign a date to it, and you're fine with that. As long as in the past, I think we recommend 1/1/14, but you can use whatever you'd like. Then you have fire. Everyone will have some sort of ID. This is ID. Those 38 characters long. Only automatic function in ARC for that creates a 38 character field, but you have really high license levels, and it's kind of technical to get it done. So we did that in case somebody wanted to do it that way. But like I said, we have some more stuff to help you out. Then you see a bunch of left and right stuff. What state is on the left and right? What county is on the left and right? Municipality, incorporated municipality, not unincorporated. That's not what that's for. You have from address and to address that everybody's kind of used to. You have the pair talked about. You have the information. I'm not sure you can go that doesn't have a zip code, but if you can, you don't have to pin. That's a Nina thing. Then GSN, left and right, which, what would you have any idea what the percentage of people that are recording that right now? I know it's not great.
In
their center
file, I don't off my head, but I think it's about 50% of them have it. A little bit higher than that, but not all of them have had ESN number in there.
It's to be there. It's got to be there to accommodate that selective routing that's still going to happen with AT&T, CenturyLink, and the other places. So this is something that for a lot of people is going to have to be added, and for most people is going to have to be edited in some fashion, because we've never actually made functional use of it before, so it's never been tested to see if we had it right or not. This MSAG community name. Lynn talked about their situation, which the first time I heard it, I thought they're just kind of, because what they're talking about just isn't out. Because what is, if it's inside the incorporated boundaries, it's Dickinson Kingston County. And I tried to do that, and AT&T laughed. They just would not accept that at all. And I explained to them that neither the post office knows where the boundary of the zip code is, so you using the zip code doesn't help me much. We're having some issues here, and they didn't want to change. They have changed for a few agencies. Finney County did that several years ago, and all of your counties are rolling that way. All of them, or do you think so? No, you. All of you deal with use unincorporated areas as just the county, right? So after in our discussions, I learned that, and we were on the phone with AT&T. I said, hey, what gives? Why can they and we can't? And the community name is tied into a work database, and it's a real pain to change. So if they don't have to change that, they're not going to. Negotiate with them, and you negotiate from a position of strength on it that you can probably get it done, but it's a pretty big deal. And they also explained that the majority of Kansas was done by zip code. They just took the zip code, threw it on. That's how it is. That's everybody's nodding because that's what your data probably looks like. Yeah. Yeah.
You touched on it there. Post has a whole different definition than phone card.
Yep.
What community name is going to be?
I don't know. Yeah. That's tough. For those of us that are fighting MSAG, that we have this area in Dickinson County, between Abilene and Chapman. Literally, as you go down the road, on the north side of the road, you have an Abilene address, 2 Chapman addresses, and 2 more Abilene addresses. Because when they went to the post office they wanted to and said, could you deliver mail to me? And it was close enough to the route, the post office said yes. Learned that the post office says yes because part of their funding is based on the number of addresses they deliver to. So they're not going to say no unless it costs them money to go deliver to you. So if they're close, they're going to say yes to increase their numbers. States lines GIS doesn't like, fuzzy lines. They're not lines, they're just kind of guidelines. And so unfortunately, this is a real issue for a lot of us. It's one of the great things that NextGen is just going to get rid of. Well, we have this stuff in our data, and we have a zip code in our data, it's going to be irrelevant. We don't have to care about that anymore. We don't have to care if it's in the city limit or not in terms of what's in this, as long as we have everything appropriate in all the data layers. It stinks, but that it is. And unfortunately, we have to populate it. It's part of the reason you've got to get the MSAG and the center line lined up so you can populate this field appropriately. But it's a super secret data. I just copied the postal code. It's not, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to fix the errors as I come across them. But that's how I had to do it because I've still got the MSAG. You know, I still got that to do, so I can't really get good data for that until I get that worked out. Does that make sense? When you come, these fields are marked conditional, and what they mean by that is if your phone company is using a selective router, you have to fill them out, and if your phone company isn't, you don't. They're mandatory. We're not, because that's what NINA has on it, but you have to fill these out. When you try to turn your data back in for QA, it has to be in there. To route landline calls right now. So, the ones that you would think of, the pre-directional, the pre-type, post-type, the post-directional, the street name itself. We make recommendations that are based off of what NINA has. If you don't want them, or you're happy with what you have, that's cool. Just go into the metadata and tell us, yours is my street name field. You may go into the NINA standard and you may notice a couple of things. Jessica mentioned one of them. And yes, I have a stick rolling around all the time, I apologize. But municipal division and we don't have neighborhoods. That is because we did as close to an official poll as we possibly could, and they don't exist in Kansas. I think you include those fields. If that's for something on the NENA end, that can be handled by the data aggregator. That's not something you have to care about. It's completely, again, nobody in Kansas is using it. We're using it. So there's a few of those. There's municipal division and neighborhood. So now for what it is. Pre-modifier. Was just weird, and when we were on the phone with the Nina that I keep talking about, he said that he only knew of one place in one state in the whole country that used them. But that organization had a representative on the board, so they put a field in because they knew they had some data somewhere that had it. Okay. In that. So then we can do optional stuff. Submit one and class. These are things that Nina suggests putting in there, but there's no requirement. They certainly don't impact call routing. You're welcome to store them in there. They're good data, but it isn't something that can be populated in the grant-funded remediation, and it's something that should, I think, a lower priority than some of the other stuff. Nina does not have this, but we did. This is mandatory. It is the updated day. It is the last one to update this record. The reason we did it, so when somebody calls and they say, okay, Dickinson County, we have this record that changed, and I say, well, I didn't do it, or I did it, or you're a larger agency and there are 6 of us, I don't even know whose responsibility that was. We can set that up. That can be set up at least with Esri to automatically fill, and I'll talk about that a little bit later so that you don't have to fight with it. It took the identifier, that last update date, and the updated values were just huge mountains to me because every time I change data, I got to remember to go do. And it doesn't have time changing, it's just something I have to remember to go do. And I'm going to forget. And I know I am. That's just, I know I am.
Does Esri have an audit trail for that?
Yeah.
Then?
Yeah.
For every show?
They have capability depending on your license level. The one I'm going to point out to you is available to anybody's license level. And it just, every time a change is made, it auto updates these 2 fields. So, we have the next mandatory field added by the state of Kansas. That is table. If you have 6 parts to your street name, we're asking that you fill one field out with the whole thing appropriate. Is it that it's, what is it called, look like, how it's added, so that if we are trying to make a map or make a display to send back or to send to a responder, because there is a hope that eventually this data is going to be used for routing responders, that it looks right. That we don't have north space, 6th Street, that kind of thing.
That doesn't exist like that.
No, just the street name, all together properly spaced, and this is one of those fields that I talked about, does not have to be all uppercase. If you want to store it that, I believe, I'll have to look at the standard. I don't remember, I believe you can, but it's, you can lowercase the rest and make it look pretty. We're trying to it's easy for humans to read. I'm going to skip these 2 back to them. There's a field here that confused a couple of people, so I want to be sure I explain it, called ESNC. Above ESN left and ESN right. Pick on them because they are mine. City of would like to maintain roads if they don't have to, and so over the course of the last years, they have managed to annex both the north side and the south side of a road. I shouldn't say the last couple of years, they did about 5 years ago. They didn't annex the road, so that's still the county's responsibility. Now, in the sense, that's no longer legal, but at that time it was, and they did it. So when I say ESN left, I'm referring to the addresses on the left side of the road in Abilene. When right, I'm referring to the addresses on the right side of the road in the city of Abilene. But there's a different ESN for the center line itself. And there may be places where there is real reason to know that. If an incident occurred actually on the road, you might want to have some knowledge that that's different than the on either side. So this is a place for you to put the ESN if the ESN is different on the center line than it is on either side of the road. If there's a different ESN for the center line than either road, you can populate this. And Nina is discussing including this. Was not familiar with it, but as soon as their draft standard went out, several people said, we have this problem, how are we going to accommodate it? That's a Kansas thing. So, this is optional. It is for the quality of using this data to help route emergency responders to your agency, your county. Can they road? That's the question I'm asking here. The only surface types in the list are actually paved, soil, and unbuilt. And I know you keep a lot more detail on the surface types if you record that kind of thing. I need it. Maybe you know if it's an oil-based road or a chip-based road or whatever. Asphalt, if it's whatever. But it can only be one of those four things, and that's because the entire purpose of this is a fire truck down it in the range. A major incident like we had at Chapman several years ago, and people coming from all over the state to help you out, can we help them get there with the most updated road data that you have given us with a surface type? I encourage you to fill it out, but it obviously isn't required. It does not help call routing. This is about a purpose for the data that it's not yet going to perform. The status. Open to vehicle traffic. Closed to vehicle traffic, which will be where most of us are not going to do that. There will ever be an expectation if somebody closes a road for a day and a half to fix a bridge that you change your data and bring it back out. But the biggest issue here is the last of those three, the not built. That has been platted, but there's no road there yet. And so you keep a road center line because you used to keep road center lines on all of your open right-of-way, or maybe even address off of it. There's no road. You need to mark that those are not built. That will be sort of, where can you actually go through the state, and where are where the roads that are getting valid addresses because they actually exist. Of others, the first one is direction of travel on divided roadways. This is essentially a free text field for you to put westbound. So this is I-70 westbound, this is I-70 eastbound. It may be northbound or southbound, or if you have a loop, it may be more complex than that. But you have to type in there so that this can be kicked out in that alley to the dispatchers. So GPS coordinates are good enough to say, okay, I'm pretty comfortable that's this side of the road. The dispatchers will see that. And the level is the LT, which you do not need to care about. It is so it can be tied back to CAT's linear referencing system, that we can kind of go back and forth a little bit, and you will not have to fill that out or maintain it. Gets filled at aggregator or at that level, but you need it in there so that if you ever take a pull of the data, you've got room to hold it when it comes. You may also care. You may also have data you can get from KDOT that you can use that to tie back to. So, any questions about those?
Is this a good place to break?
Just about. As you can see, and motion sick, don't watch, I'm going to scroll through. As you can see, there's a lot of information in here about what we mean by the fields. There are things, let me get down here a little bit faster. There's in here that explains the geometry stuff I talked about in more detail with the same that you saw before. But a couple of things that are in here, once I get there. First, potential versus actual address ranges. In the city of Abilene, most of the addresses don't go any higher than 30 or 40. I'm to 99, so I don't have to care if they assign a 50 and I didn't know about it, or do I have to keep it to 30 or 40? However you want. People want to keep the addresses. That makes better geocoding. People want, because of either their relationship with local address assigners or because of the needs of their own system, to keep it to 9. And I've heard of CAD systems where you can't skip address numbers, that you can't do 401 to 450 and then 501 to 550. CAD system requires it to be all the way filled out. So, best for your agency, either one works. What we do suggest is if you know that he doesn't ever assign addresses higher than a particular number, use that end. That makes the geocoding a little better. One-ways do not go in the direction of travel. They start at the address and at the high address, even if that's opposite of travel. There's, if you have multi-lane roads, on how to do that. Because I'm here, I won't hit it, but if anybody wants me to, after lunch, I will go back through it. Down just a bit. And there's, sorry, there's a lot in here. This is cul-de-sac. So the end of their cul-de-sac. This is the general rule when we looked at standards across the country for various states and what needed to actually have geometric standards, so we were looking at a lot of other sets of data, and this just codes better, so that's why we put it in there. And take a little while. I forgot that was there, so you think we can stop. We're going to have to road center lines when I get done.
Before you stand up, you've been very patient.
You have been.
I'm going to continue at 1 o'clock sharp. But here's some things that you need to know that is going to happen over the next few minutes. Eamon, I'm going to invite you to come down here. Eamon knows this. Most of you know and came in late. You come down here. If you have reserved lunch through Jessica, I'm going to ask you to please pay Eamon directly. He has to pay the whole bill in one lump sum. So if we don't pay him, he's coming out short.
Pay for you play buffet.
So he's the man for your money. We're going to rendezvous right outside in this lobby area and go over as a group where we're going to be eating. If you're not going to be joining us for lunch, then you're kind of on your own. We hope you make it back by 1. Now here's what you need to know. Eamon's going to take us over there, but Eamon has some other stuff he needs to do. So when you come back, you're on your own. What that means is pay attention to your surroundings. If you attempt to call 911 and say, I'm trying to get to Clemenette Hall, they will be able to help you. You're on your own. Bruce, nice to you. All right, we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Scott, because that's the correct answer. Good, congratulations. So, you guys are... Yay, for the city of Oakland. I know when you're ready. Are you ready?
I think I am ready to go.
You're ready. Okay. Thank you. Pick up where you left off. We may finish a little bit early, let you get out of here. If you have questions, make sure you ask her. Thank you much.
When I saw the agenda and saw that I was going to have to do this whole presentation after mashed potatoes and fried chicken and pie, I thought, I'm not going to have anybody by the time this is over, but since I only got half of it left, I'm hoping that we'll get through here and everybody will be with me. We're going to talk about road center lines, and one of the new things that you're probably not doing now that is going to be mandatory in the data. If you read the discussion, I said segments have to be broken, even if they're overpasses or underpasses. Is for doing the checks to make sure that all of the data works together properly. Those overpasses are actually a pretty tough thing to keep track of, and still get the data routed properly. We're asking that you break those lines. But we need to inform the computer when you cannot turn from one road onto another. You can't turn off the overpass and onto the interstate. It doesn't work that way. And inform the computer of that so that it can handle that eventual routing that I was talking about. Something that's called elevation value. It's elevation in meters, it's not elevation in feet. It's elevation in connectivity. So if you look at the image that's on the screen right now, I might wait just a little bit more here. Get close. You have 500 Avenue, and 500 Avenue overpasses Jeep Road. For those of you to Dickinson County to know that's a lie, please keep it down a bit. But, in example, 500 Avenue overpasses Jeep Road. So the lowest level of road is 0. The next one. The start elevation and end elevation for both of the Jeep Road segments, both 500 Avenue segments, this one and this one, are 0. I said it wrong earlier. Jeep Road actually overpasses 500 Avenue in this. So we're run straight flat along the ground. Everything's at 0. Jeep overpasses it, so the sections right here are at 1. So the you cannot turn from a 1 to a 0. You can only turn from a 1 onto another 1 or from a 0 onto another 0. A really simple overpass, just whoop over the intersection that you might have in an area where you either have a lot of traffic or maybe an overpass of a road that runs alongside a railroad track, something like that. For a more complex one, we have a lot of county. We're at 70, where the road overpasses both lanes of Interstate 70. So this is what the segment looks like. Jeep Road and the 2 I-70 piece over here. I-70 road, so 0s all the way across. The road starts at 0, ends at 1. That is actually elevated over 70 the whole time, so it starts at 1, ends at 1. Ends at 0. When you follow these roads, you go up and you come down and you end back on the ground like you should. But when you can't make a left or right, you're just going straight across.
For on-ramps and off-ramps, you can't go from a 1 to a 0, but you would be if you were turning off.
On-ramps and off-ramps are generally going to be at 0s unless you are working in one of the counties that has a fairly complex, like roads going over each other system, Sedgwick County being the one that I'm thinking of straight off the top. The ramps are 0s because 70 or any other interstate is usually running along the ground at the 0 elevation. So even the say from your road up to 70 and there's a change in visual elevation, it's not because of this. Now, if 70 is over the top and your road goes underneath, then what happened here, if the road underneath 70 is the actual overpass, then 70 from 0 to 1, 1 to 0, and these stay all the way through. The ramp is going to go from here to here. Does that make sense? Remember that, yeah.
Points do not connect. How does that affect your routing or your...
They connect, broken out just so that I can number them where you can see them. This they look like in the file. They're just loaded here so I can number them and you can see what I'm referring to. And this is in the standard, so if you get confused about what you're supposed to do with it, there you go. For the vast majority of us, even though the interstate running through, that's 0s pretty much all the way through, and then you can go back and find your very few overpasses and underpasses and figure out enough on those. So this is really pretty easy to populate. But this, let's make sure that we have good integrity in the segments themselves and that we can still route on it properly. Yep. ask the question to do. If you have really serious differences in roads, and this is not a real example, but it's as a real example as we need. The houses on the north side of the road address on one street and the houses of the south side address on another. You can run two segments like that. It is a same name but different address ranges on either side. I would suggest keeping it as one line unless you just cannot for some reason. But if different names, this is the preferred method of doing it. Also a method where you use the Aurelius table that I'll discuss a little bit when I get to that. Does this make sense to you guys, especially you guys that mess directly with GIS on how you would do this? All right, back up a little more. Inside, there's a recommendation for access ramps, since you brought that up. This is not, but it's recommended that you name the ramp with the road it's going to. Have 100 ramps in your county with no additional information, but that's not required. You can do whatever's best for you with it. It's just a suggestion that we have. And looking at here, I believe is Johnson County data, because the big thing is that the post modifier field, or the PO, needs to stamp that you can let the computer know exactly which roads those are, so to speak. And saw in the data and kind of missed it earlier is about address ranges. Earlier about Saline County, they assign addresses on the west side of Solomon Road. We assign the addresses on the right. On the side of the segments, or the east side of those segments, depending on the line. I have numbers, but on the west side, where they have addresses, I have all zeros. I don't know from them what the numbers ought to be and put it in there. I don't maintain that. I don't update it. They don't have an obligation to inform me to keep my data good. I have zeros. On the other hand, they have on the west side, they keep zeros on the east. If they that's cool, I'm happy to give it to them. We can share it and go back and forth. But that can be expected to be up to the minute, up to date, and reliable for life safety. We just can't, especially not in this larger set. There will be segments in the aggregated data, one for Saline County roads and one for Dickinson County, and this is handle that. That's cool. Just go through. If you don't legally sign the addresses, these are the address range. If you know what it be.
County boundaries for the most part, or, where you've got those two different names, will let me basically be an example where you go out and, have kind of a...
Almost always. Only if there's some sort of interlocal agreement saying otherwise, but that's pretty rare. In here actually has it, but for those of you that might actually have a PSAP that is inside a city limit boundary and a PSAP for county, this makes those roads as well. Or the city may be the one that's maintaining that road data, one side of the road, county doing the other. So just kind of a run through quickly of the road centerline requirements. We have this big one right here. That stuff about this, so I'll go ahead and hit it. Shall be continually updated is a requirement. It's really vague. You might know it, but we're not going to tell you exactly what it means. And the reason for that is because we don't know yet. This will be updated as soon as we're sure. The reason I explained earlier, if you have a new road go in, you need to update the data. When? Before somebody calls 911. Is that weekly, monthly, yearly? That's you, your data, your county, your situation. Now, what we do know that we need to do is periodic check-in, so that here this number could be completely off, but say 3 months, I have to say something. Have changes. Yes, I'm agreeing to have no changes. If you don't have changes for a couple of years, that's cool, but every few months you have come in and said, yeah, I I'm not just ignoring you. I really don't have anything to say. So the definition of that is as often as you need to update it, and the guideline of what that actually means will come down when we have a little better idea of what aggregation is going to look like. So they have a visible road surface, preferably 10 feet or less of the center line, in the best ortho photography. Ability of having some photography that we can say this is the stuff that you need to be looking at, but that's not really there yet. Public and address streets that don't have addresses. If you've addressed them all as A, B, C, D, E on a sketch or something, but you guys standardized. And standardization is in here. Inside the document, if you get it as a PDF, there are links to the thing. So where we say you have to use an abbreviation from the Postal Service database to that document to go look at. We also source for that list for you, but if you're here and you're looking, you'll be able to see the source documents we worked with to develop this stuff. Of course, you have standards. If there is any, conflict between what NINA says, NINA wins. NINA providers are going to follow NINA. The software providers are going to follow NINA. They follow NINA everywhere, but if anything is found where we have contradicted NINA, NINA wins. Here that I'll actually skip over for just a second. Road on the center segment in the R field according to this standard to be what it is addressed by. For example, I mentioned earlier that North Buckeye Avenue in the city of Abilene becomes Highway 15 for addressing purposes. HI space 15. The part of our county, Highway 18, has HWY space 18. So your AB 101, HWY 18. County becomes 101 K-18 highway. My HW 18 there to say K-18 highway because that's assigning addresses. Important purpose of the road center line file in NG911 is to be able to plot addresses on it. So they name whatever the addressing name is. Your question of does the street name take precedence or the highway name? What are the addresses? That's the whole place. What addresses? Not where the city limit boundary. Who sees what? Where are the addresses? Okay. We've where values exist, the mandatory and conditional stuff has to be there. If you or there is no addressing, you put zeros. And let in here the places that the center line needs to be split. It's just the stuff I talked about earlier. So before I go on roads, are there any questions about road center lines? It's actually kind of interesting. I would just add it as an additional field, however you feel comfortable adding it. The element in there is going to tie into KDOT data eventually, and you'll be able to pull the official mileposts off, but that's not for a while. So yeah, say add a field of your own and put mileposts on it. Other questions? For now, though, don't let me forget when I'm talking about address points. There's another way to handle it too, if that's what your lure is a place to assign it.
We created an alias for it.
We did too. So, center line question. Yeah.
Like we're talking about Highway 18 or whatever, how would you put that in the attribute table? Would highway be the frequency ahead?
Excellent question. There's fields. Let me pop back up here. I think it's about page 12, maybe a little earlier. we go. There's my fields in here. Pre-type, name, post-type, post-directional, post-modifier. The only of those that are absolutely critical that you do the right, essentially, are the post-type directional. Those are normal, standard, pretty much every system has those broken out. If they have them broken out, they have those broken out. Some cuts that are in here, pre-type, there are systems out there, 911 systems and CAD systems that won't address. So when you ask a question, I would say, how do you? For me, our resolution, the road name is WY18. So I name fields. What's wrong with having spaces? How it's supposed to divide it up, or for example, somebody asked if we post directional anywhere, we have a road Park Place West. Office, all of the one addresses along their addresses as Park Place West, all written out. Now you could move the into the field and put the W after it, but the post office may not like that. The post office may throw a fit and say, that's supposed to be part of the name. So we there. Nobody's going to tell you you've done that wrong. With it in the way in your agency. Pre-drawn now. Post types, and I'm talking avenue, road, things like that, need to be broken out. The rest is fluid as to what is best for you, what is best for your needs, and what is best for the software you have to work with than this.
Okay, well, I know it says in here, like, if it was, the street name, pre-type.
Uh-huh.
Don't put HW on it, spell it out.
Yeah, service guideline. So, I'm like, we put all in the street name, because that's the way it is in our resolution. I can't spell out, that's not the legal name of the road. So, those fields have to be populated by the Postal Service standard. So that'll inform it some, too. Like I said, if the post office says it has to be WEST, and that field has to be an abbreviation, you can't put it there. Dictates your addresses. You know what traps you have in your local data to accommodate them. The standard is not meant to force physicians to do something that's going to cause you problems.
When a road segment breaks,
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a break for every, like, city to county road.
Right.
But not for, like, your zip code boundaries, your boundaries. What boundaries are all required to constitute a break?
Constitute a break at this point, county boundary, the municipal boundary, the city limit boundary, not necessarily a boundary with an unincorporated, an unincorporated town out there. There's no requirement for break there, although the road name might change, so you might need to break it for that purpose, but there's no set requirement. The ESZ, or Emergency Service Zone boundary, which is actually the boundary of the ESN number. That incorporates police MS, so you're breaking at all three of those as well. Other emergency service polygons. We county, we have less fire departments, but we only have 3 rescue squads. So out of your car, there's only 3 groups that are going to come to you. For me, yet I have to make to that data. So I have to break at that line as well, where the segment's not going to be accurate. There is a local influence over that, okay? There is some stuff that is going to apply to you locally that's not going to maybe apply to everybody else. Maybe there's in a physical zone where record does the north half of the county, one record does the south, or whatever. What is going to change what the dispatcher has to do? That's the segment. Cool. Anybody?
Why does that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it really necessary to do it in the GIS data?
Necessary to do it in the GIS data for those that I mentioned, the ESB or Emergency Service Boundary Layers, which is police, fire, EMS, and anything else you choose to add. And to do it for ESZ, because of routing and because of the replacement for alley. That's where it's gonna pull all that data from. So if, on the other hand, your CAD handles it for records, let's rescue the part of what is absolutely required by NINA, so you can choose to not segment there if you want, then you should do that polygon layer in your delivery. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I kind of the answer before I asked it.
Okay.
I just didn't want to be confirmed.
Yeah. Trust me, this, as a couple of people have been going, are you okay? I've been breathing this stuff for a few months. I will do things and completely skip over important stuff, because I'll think, well, doesn't everybody know that? Has everybody read this thing 35, 40 times? So, center lines, is there anything else we want to address? Sitting in as we talk about a couple other layers, but not in much detail, so. Address points. Oh, actually, in my presentation, I started with the alias table, so that I will go next. Thing. I was traipsing around the road alias table issue. In standard, one of the required things you have to fill out is a road alias table. As I said, the RD field has got to be the new use for addressing. It gives us some issues with highways. If I'm on Highway 15 all the way through Dickinson County, it changes several times because it passes through a couple of communities. I'm an issue doing that. So, and the recommended solution by NINA, so we've included it in here, is that highway names before road alias table. You can put in here that you want to, and I'll give you some examples in a minute of what we're doing in Dickinson County at the time, not with any real reason. But you can put other things in here, but the real concern is tables must be a while off. Here. So, only has a few fields that are really important. I think I'm actually going to use my pointer now. Only that are really important. So you have to fill out the steward, the last update, the effective date. Those are NINA requirements. We have an ID field, also one of the NINA requirements. Right here, it's the segment ID, and this is telling the computer which segment of your road center file you are currently referring to. Then this field's right here, and this part, the only one you're going to be dealing with is that one, the A. So in the traveling, where North Buckeye Avenue happens to also be Highway 15, I have to create an entry in this table of Highway 15, K15. When this table is filled out, the computer will actually be able to follow 15 all the way through my county, no matter how many different names it picks up along that way. No matter how that name changes, no new to it, it'll be able to follow K18 as it moves from Dickinson County into Gary County or over into Ottawa County. All have road alias entries that are K18. So no matter how weird our addressing people go and they decided to name roads, we can still sing all the way across the state. I'm apparently late for something, but Scott's apparently late for something. So, now, in here in case you want to use it for other purposes. If you don't, you have to do the highways. That's it. Some exact formatting in here for you to follow. But for other stuff like older names or names people call it colloquially, this is a great place to do that. Another place that we're adding it is county road numbers, which is something that a whole lot of old legal documents refer to, but absolutely nobody knows off the top of their head where they are anymore. So one of our projects is to pull out the old road book and actually assign alias records for all those county road numbers, so that when it says, well, it's needed for right-of-way on County Road 336, we can go on that. But this next-gen stuff, that's just things we're choosing to do. All we have to do is you put something in this alias name here, like you would for anything else, and you're pretty much done. Here's the label is only a recommendation. You can want that the name is exact. US 44 I-35. If we then we'll be highways through the data all the way across the state with proper addressing, and plotting all the way along, which would be discussing at lunch. KDOT has a massive number of attributes in their data, a huge amount of stuff that's incredibly valuable. But the one thing they do not have is address. Find those roads. The tie back and forth between those two sets of functions. Are they about the road alias table? Here is address points for all users and sites with an assigned street address. We say sites because occasionally you want things that don't have a structure but do have an address, maybe a park, something like that. You 1 point per occupancy. That's 1 point per apartment, not 1 point per apartment building. As one of the counties in the state that did not do that before, that's daunting to get going. But it's something we got to put on. So the point for this is to be able to, for those of you that deal with PSAPs and have an apartment complex, I can guarantee you that according to the record system, apartment 1 or A or whatever the first number 1 is in the list looks like a death trap. Ambulances go there, all the police officers go there, everybody goes there. If you don't have the apartment number or the apartment number's not in your system, false there. We need to address that going forward, and this is to do that. The ability to the address points. Lots and trailer courts, stores all are along a strip mall. Camps are in here because they have up and along the lakes. You may have one camp that has lots in a whole different places or different campsite names, and you have to approach them. If you don't know where at along there, if you just say it's the blue campsite, and the blue campsite happens to have spaces on both the east and west side of the lake, you may have to. So that is the behind it. This is a big deal. We know it's going to take a lot of time for some people. A lot of time for us. Not much. And not office buildings tracking suites. That you do not have to do it. If you choose to, you are welcome to. Room numbers and alter those things. The same with suites and altering the numbering schemes depending on how many, rooms or whatever else. That's
Some of these motels are actually weekly rate or monthly rate.
right.
How is your registered members?
I would highly recommend that you put those in there. We have 2 hotels that do the same thing, and we're treating them like apartment buildings. But we do that locally. It's not something that we can require, go out and get every room in the super and try to put a point on there for it, because there's kind of not a point for that. They're probably calling through a PBX anyway, and the room number is something somebody's going to have to tell you. It doesn't have a huge, it's not going to be part of the routing system, but yeah, absolutely, it's good information. And
For RV parks, would you do the same thing with, you just have the main address, or do you mark out each?
I would hate to tell you that there's a blanket answer to that. I would say that you would have to take a look at it and see the same thing, put one in every spot, every lot. You're talking about an RV park with 5 spots, and you pull in, and then probably not that big a deal. Nobody's going to call and say I'm at lot 3, and the officer's going to get confused when he gets there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it should depend on the officer.
Granted.
Is that on the left side or the right side?
Yeah. So one on fire. The be physically located on the structure or site they represent. Assign addresses, I know we certainly do in the rural areas off of where the driveway is. That's what makes sense. What you need to do, though, is put the point on the building. That's what I'm about to show you here. County boundary that runs down the middle. I have two of these. I don't think either of them were with you guys, but I do have two of these. The driveway is in County B. The building is in County A. You should get a phone call. Yeah, isn't the correct answer to this question. Because the legal jurisdiction, it's a County A place. If it's a police officer, to be a police officer in A, unless they've traded deputy cards, but way more information than you as a GIS person need to care about. The question is, do they have it in place that says this county will call for this house? If they do, then the point needs to be on this line. Otherwise, it needs to be on the structure because that's the legal jurisdiction. It doesn't matter where the driveway is. Now, coming from County A is going to take you 45 minutes, and coming from County B is going to take you 15. Chances are there's already an agreement of some kind in place. It may not be formalized and written, but you have an agreement between the fire departments or the EMS or whatever. You get those a little more formalized at a point in the county that needs to get the call, because this is the crux of it. If you put the point here, if you Dickinson County gets the call, because I'm picking on them because they're here, and if you put the point here, Dickinson County gets the call. And it doesn't matter who should, it doesn't matter where the house is, it doesn't matter what you've agreed to, it matters where you put the point, because the system is going to route that way. So you're going to have to get these things in line a little better.
Actually think you're gonna put the point just somewhere close to the line.
Like, if you are County B, and they're in agreement that you are going to respond to this house even though it's not in your county, the point has to be here. You can get to the house and still be in your area.
Can you explain to them how they come to that agreement, or who does it?
Agreement, I don't know, the at this point has happened between, like, fire chiefs. You know, it's there, but it needs to be a formal agreement. It needs to be either between the elected official responsible for 911, the sheriff, the county on your local county structure. It needs to be more formalized than that. Nobody at this point for you to provide that, but that day might come. Remember, this is 911. Lawsuits happen. So this is something that needs to be set kind of in stone. Yeah.
Well, that's what really screws that up is
all right.
law enforcement response is probably
Yes.
fire response for that.
Right. And we'll have to address those issues as they come up. For record was written for basics, and things are going to come up that this decision is going to have to get made, that we're going to have to all sit down and intent that local agencies should never get abandoned to this decision alone, that will actually be able to communicate. County A and County B don't get along, where the fire chiefs don't get along. Hopefully we'll be able to provide some assistance and somehow to try to get this stuff in place. But these are very real saving decisions that have to be made, and just be made on, well, because we always did it that way. It needs to be a little more formalized than that at this point. So, yes.
I talked about this at lunch, but, okay, so the point is gonna be, say we're County B,
Mm-hmm.
and the point is are we gonna be responsible for that other county's point then? Or are they just going to put it in our county?
If it's here, they are responsible for it. If it sits there, you are.
We're responsible for it after, say, we have that agreement in place.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure, with the agreements, typically with the agreements, is it based on single address?
A single stretch of road, maybe, but it's a single address. It may be, like I said, it may be a stretch of road. We actually have one of our areas, it's a collection of like 4 houses that sits in. If you tried to drive there from any of our EMS stations, you'd go an extra 45 minutes over what Gary County has to drive. Agreement in place. What happens right now is that when somebody from those houses calls 911, they tell us they want the Gary County EMS. That has worked for us. There's nothing wrong with that system on the level until you try to kick your data up to a statewide or regional data set. Then that becomes an issue. It's something we're going to have to get a little more formalized. Not because it's broken now, but because it doesn't translate to this aggregated model. Sad sense, but it makes sense.
What if they call, say I want an address, County A is responsible for calling County B?
Addresses is not part of my bailiwick. That's a question, though. Yeah. Well, they're paying taxes here. It doesn't change. So, yeah, some of that is set in stone, and that's where this becomes a little mushy. It is our hope that eventually we'll be able to point people to some direction on address assignment, but no requirements. Only like, look, a good idea. Of jurisdiction is the reason it's got to be on the structure. It's County A, County B issues. It may also be Fire Department A, Fire Department B. You can put a lot of things in there. Also, some greater value to the data if it's sitting on the structure. We are then able to know if we take, say, a tornado path provided by the National Weather Service and throw it on top of this thing. We know houses that might have been hit.
So I think we could just create a segment for that address.
If you wanted to, yeah. Actually, you have to, because there's no requirement that you have a segment for every address point. So County A, and you're maintaining that, you can just put the address point in there with the address off of the other road segment, and that's okay. There's no actual requirement that you get a segment for everything. Now, if your software, like ours does, requires that segment to be there, you may have to do that. But
If you did that, then when it came, it would say Gary EMS.
right.
And
That's why we've got to pick placement so much, because what it's going to pick all that from is from the polygon. So the point will be on the right spot. So throughout this whole process, I'm going to pick on Randall for just a second, because throughout this whole process, there's a subcommittee have kind of looked at each other as we look at some of these requirements, and we just go, no idea how big this is going to get. And Randall's now kind of going, gosh, we're doing all that, but we really are. I mean, a lot of this stuff is informal. A lot of this stuff is stuff that we have just always done this way because some chief called and complained to the 911 center and something got adjusted, but it's got to be more formalized now for this kind of thing. And it really should be. It should be more regular. It should be something that we give our citizens the redundancy that this type of system allows. It's going to be pulling teeth in some cases to get it done. There's no doubt.
what are you doing on these segments that you have mutual aids with fire departments from county to county?
It's going to be the home fire department. If you want a separate ESN or an entirely separate polygon in the emergency service boundary layer, or maybe Judy do it, it's probably the better idea. If you want to draw a whole polygon for this area is all mutual aided, I'll divide it in half that way. Half of it has automatic mutual aid, so we actually have 2 polygons for Abilene, the part that doesn't, the part that does.
Because I was thinking
Then,
of Saline County coming into the big county for that mutual aid. You know.
right.
Knows.
Enough. The question here is, do your dispatchers look at the alley stream that comes in and ignore CAD ever? Of course.
We believe CAD is ignored.
It's really not going to change. Okay, that's probably not going to change. So I would say that if there is a business need to create that extra polygon and do all of that, awesome. If you don't, then I wouldn't. The CAD system is sufficient in a lot of those
We
cases.
got burned on Annie Alley.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we go off CAD.
Yeah, we're the same way. We're the same way. Partially on the simple fact that we also have, and I'm sure a lot of you do too, we have EMS response that goes over the whole county, and then we have little pockets of first response. No, it's not really set up to handle that, Annie Alley, to transmit that kind of information really well. A whole bunch of little abbreviations in a tiny field they give you, and when you have data, like when you don't have first responder in that area because the only one you had quit. Right. So Yeah, so my suggestion is if you can see a business need to create this Polygon Zoo, but you're looking at what is the home fire department, who is responsible for that app base. Absolutely, go ahead.
This is Brian in Cheyenne County, and forgive you've already addressed this, but I'm the map that you're showing with the County A and County B, we have a situation in our county. However, the house that's in Kansas, but the response comes out of Nebraska. Does that change anything?
You believe that you are going to get a 911 call from that house, and that you should, in fact, receive a 911 call from that house? Then
To get there, so the response agency comes out of Nebraska.
I still hold an address point, but I wouldn't worry about creating extra polygons or anything to go around that. You want the house so that you'll get the call, but we're probably going to, just like your dispatchers do now, they're probably going to have to account for that themselves or within the CAD system. It's not really something you can the polygon to cut around a single place.
Okay. Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have what if you don't really talk to the county that well that you work with, and you both don't talk to each other, and you put an address point, you both put an address point on there? What happens then?
This is not finalized yet, so everything I'm about to say could end up changing, but I think I'm pretty comfortable that this is the direction we're going, and if Ken starts wincing, you'll know I'm wrong. Our intention is that it will be the responsibility of whoever is doing the data aggregation to take a look at the data that you've given them. Now, the first time we hook it all together, there's going to be a lot of that. There's a phone call that says, okay, your county, my county, both have this point. Which of it? Can you guys about that? And then you go, actually, they don't talk to me. I used to work over there, and they're mad that I left, and they won't communicate with us. Okay. This is for some people. I mean, this happens. So then the administrator will get in contact with the council, and we'll try to get together and sort of arbitrate that discussion so that a decision and a final decision is made, and that thing on file. We won't respond for everybody, but we also need something that says, okay, this was the agreement that came out. This is the county that has agreed to be responsible for this one. You see, hopefully that just be ironed out. The aggregator will see it, will let you know. You'll just go, oh, okay, I'll give them a call. But if that doesn't work, we are going to have things in place to help you get those decisions made, because we do know those can be very contentious. You know, it's going to help with to help you as much as we can. Point placement questions. I hope I did that okay? Okay. Everything's governance. We really are on change. We really need to charge on change. Okay. So let's document just really quick. Add point. In the address point attribute table, pretty much the same list of stuff you saw in the center line. MSAG, the ESN and the MSAG community, which make us sad, but we have to fill out. But a couple of fields I found a little confusing. One of them is a NENA field, location, or LOC. And I was surprised to find so does the post office. It is if you have something to say that won't fit in any other field, like this is they're horrible in their but let's say one half of the building is one ESN, half is in another ESN. City limit runs right through the middle of the building. You're able to make a different address point for the east half and the west half of the building. You can only have one point per real all the way up and down address. So put something in there that makes those two addresses different. Where you would do it, you would have all those address fields fill out east half of building, all fill out west half of building. This will be rarely used, but in where you have to have some designator that shows the difference between two things, that's what this field is for. I think the basement, as though the basement somehow wouldn't fit in the floor field, which they have, so I just use most of these. But that basement field is for. There is LMK, or the landmark name. This is 22 North Buckeye, McDonald's. McDonald's common name, that's what people are going to say are at. We want to push this data up and forward to dispatcher with the best information we can. If the address comes in, it'll come in with that on Anning Alley, and it'll say this is what it is. It won't just say it's owned by the, blah, blah investment group. It'll say name. Maybe the name is a more socially known thing. Maybe the landmark name is not necessarily the formal name of a business, but something that has more social relevance. People talk about it that way. You can put anything you need to, but that's what it's for. Milepost. This is a new, just recently added. This, but sometimes apparent is there are places all on the interstate that are addressed only by the milepost that they're at, because there are no addresses on the interstate. So something that is sitting in the median at 121.3 is their address. If you that, this is the place that you would store that at. Place type field. You put a place type in, and it used to be required or optional right now, and you see in the document when it mentions the place type, it tells you to ignore it. The reason is need conditional, which means if it's applicable, you have to fill it out. And a limited list of things we could choose, and it's horrible. It's to 911. It's things like is a restaurant, but you can't say that something is a cell tower. You can't say that something is a hospital. You can't say something is a doctor's office. It's a terrible choice they made in the list. And question, because we have been communicating, what gives with that one? That one is silly. They agreed that it's silly. And they didn't actually, the person that we were talking to didn't actually realize that it was required to be filled out, and they're changing it to optional. They just haven't yet. They're for a better list. It needs to be an official list that is formally maintained, and not something that they keep. Trying to find something that will make better lists. So right now, you can just that field. You need data, but you do not have to fill it out. And in fact, I discourage you from filling it. Because what they give you as an option is just not useful.
Is that Sherry, the place type?
Yeah, place type.
What do you do for a rest stop or a rest area on interstate?
If it has a local address, you put that local address. Most of them do. If they don't have a local address, though, they probably have a mile marker, and you could use that if you know it.
Would you use landmark field for, like, aliases of places that it's called? Like, we have a nursing home, and it's Desiree now, but everybody still calls it Prairie Haven.
I put in there the one that's going to make most sense to the dispatcher looking at the data.
Okay.
CAD system or another system can handle the formalities of the 9 different names, but the one that's going to get the ambulance there most appropriately, or the fire truck there most appropriately, is the one I put in the landmark field.
And then the alias, the other.
The other, that's right. So then you have the longitude and latitude. Have to be in decimal degrees. They are all fields. I encourage you to fill them out, because if you do, we have a tool available that will populate the U.S. National Grid address. Not, you are necessarily using that right now, but certainly FEMA and emergency management like that thing, and it's kind of to figure out. And we got a tool together. We found some stuff to get it done, and if it's a lat long filled out, you can just run this tool and it'll auto-populate that down 1 meter area. It's a pretty cool thing, and I recommend it because, like I said, there are a lot of emergency response agencies that really like to have it. Local ones, but if you have a major disaster, that isn't the point in time when you need to be trying to figure out your national grid address. A location type field. bill right quick. The full address, this is the whole schmear. The number, the whole name, the line on there, that's your call. This is for the whole thing, how you would want it labeled on a map or how you would want it labeled in responses if you were gonna get it done. So it's mandatory that it be filled out, but how it gets filled out is what is appropriate to your data. Our requirement is the address, number, and road name, complete road name concatenated. Then the type. Like I said, the point has to sit on the structure, and we had, this was a huge debate in our committee. Because first of all, let's talk about the burden of local jurisdiction. The survey done of how people keep their data. It is roughly 1/3 of people keep the point on the structure already. Roughly 1/3 keep it on the driveway. The other third do a variety of things or refuse to answer the question. We knew no matter what decision we made, we were going to make roughly half of what you guys were already doing. And get half a room of smiles and half a room of frowns no matter what decision we made. So one that was jurisdictionally appropriate. Doesn't mean that you don't have a really valid reason to keep a point on that driveway. Where that requires that, or maybe you just want the point in both places. You are certain to do that. The point about will have primary in this field. That'll be on the structure or as close to the structure as possible in that suggested thing that I wrote earlier. If you keep a second point for that same address, NINA has a requirement that there's only one point for any all the way to bottom unique address. If you want to keep a second point, you've got to do something to tell us that a secondary point. That's what the log type field is for. You say primary for the one you got to have, and then we have secondary, secondary access for driveways or other access points. We have other for any other reason that you might decide to keep a secondary point. But actual routing stuff, we're going to pull the primary points out of your data. That way you can clean those out every time you send them in. You can send them in as is with points for every rural house if that's what you choose to do. But we'll pull the primary ones. There, and that's why it's mandatory. If you find that one point, then just mark primary and you forget it ever existed. The field is the KPID or the parcel number out of CAMA. Here's why it's there. Eventually, NINA is going to make that place type mandatory. They're going to, if they're happy with, and they're going to require it. The source of what is at an address that is available to local government is in CAMA. Eventually, to populate that place type field, once NINA gets their thing together, having the identifier on the address point will be easier. Our intention right now is to do everything we can once NINA makes that decision to help you out with that. To get together, figure out how to translate the CAMA into whatever NINA requires, and hold it as far as we possibly can. But we have a parcel identifier on the address point. So, if that's technically cool, if you're going, how would I do that? Have your mediation vendor add them. You go, well, that's easy. I would now. There are going to be splits and combinations in these parcels. Those numbers are going to shift and change between now and then. You wait to do it until NINA makes a decision. But if it's not something technically that you're comfortable with, have a mediation vendor do it so you're ready. Will some things change between now and then? A few, but not many that won't be incredibly valuable to you to already have. Situations when it comes to the GIS stuff we can handle locally, and that's a decision you need to make, but that's why it's there, and you can choose populated by the remediation vendor or not, as you need. About those address points. Yes?
What do you suggest to do, like vacant? Let's say you farm house, the house burnt down, there might be some buildings or even if it's just an empty place that everybody uses, like what the address was.
Right.
Leave it on
would go ahead and leave it on the foundation of the structure. There's no reason not to. I would to where the probably going to be built in the future. Of course, you don't know that off the top of your head, but I would go ahead and leave it there because that's an assigned address. You know, they're not necessarily going to inform you the day it starts building again, or it goes out there and puts in a barn with a phone in it. You know what I mean? So since you know that address and the landowner knows it, have it on your map.
What about city? Like if they tore down a hill?
That's
You can put it on there if you want to.
you absolutely can. But I would say that's a discussion for you and your city to know kind of what's up. You know what your cities are like more than standard can dictate, but absolutely you can leave it. Questions?
Sherry? Yeah. You talked about the CAMA number, that's dashes, right?
It dashes. The 19 digits is everything including your account number, no dots. CRS, and in the query tool, for those of you that touch an appraiser's office and know what I'm talking about, if you don't know what I just said, you can go to sleep for a second. In the query tool, that is the property number search field. Property search. That's with no dashes, no dots, and the county number attached to it. Okay. Instructions in here that I am not going to go through in detail, but you're certainly willing to look at them, or certainly able to look at them. About points for like multi-floor apartment buildings, things like that. The big thing is to put points right on top of each other because you can't select just one of them or deal with just one of them anymore. So if you have to be really close together, cool, separate them a little bit. We also have special circumstances listed in here. Places like that have big common areas, you're going to look for the whole building and to wait for every store or suite number or whatever inside that's populated because people aren't going to call you they're at their mall. They're going to tell you they're in the Gap or they're, you know, wherever. So looking for there. The one that is in the summary is this little section right here. When I say you can only have 1 point per unique address, this big collection of stuff right here is what makes up a unique address. So if all those fields together, that unique address, you can have something that duplicates every one of those fields. At least it has to be different between the two addresses. Then one of them has to be primary, one of them has to be secondary, so that we can pull only one. Confirmed that in tests, it looks like things just get confused if you have 2 of them, so we will have to just yank one of them out, or the system's not going to be happy. We prefer which one. We have 1 layers to talk about now. Take half 5 minutes. Does everybody go, or would you like to take a few minutes of break? See, I had that feeling. I was getting the psychic vibe. Let's be back together at 2:15. So I'll try to get you out of here by 3 o'clock. Thanks. Yeah. I am going to mute you guys because obviously the volume level's going up in here. We'll talk to you about 2:15.
Okay.
All right, we are back and live. So, there are 3 sets of polygon layers, that are required in this first go-around. I'm gonna talk about them a little bit, and then I will talk about the ones that aren't here and why they're not. Authoritative boundary. This is actually kind of a misnomer, or actually a misnomer, but item number 2 needs to probably come out of there. The authoritative boundary is the area for which you're authoritative, the area for which you are responsible for everything. It comes back to the address point discussion of, is that my point, is it their address point? It's inside the authoritative boundary, it's something you are responsible for. For us, the vast majority of us, that's a county polygon. It's not going to be different than that. It's county, and there's a separate city PSAP inside your county. It's the county polygon. You are a city. It is mostly, if you are a city PSAP, it is most likely your city limit boundary, and then your county is a donut. Their boundary is the county boundary with your city taken out of the middle. You cannot both be responsible for that data. If you're in a situation where you do have a city PSAP, but the county handles data for both of you, it have to be addressed, and that's something that's going to have to be discussed, because it may be that the county is the only one submitting data. But authoritative boundary is the area you are submitting data, and it cannot overlap with anyone else's area. Yeah.
So, we actually are the PSAP for 2 counties and our city.
Mm-hmm.
Their own stuff, and then we do the city. So, are we gonna have like some sort of written agreement that we get that information, or?
Are you up?
Yes.
Submitting it all. So,
Let's not do it anymore.
are you paying attention? We've lost them. 2 counties and a city PSAP, or PSAP between 2 counties, only one of them submitting data, right? PSAP, 1 submission.
So if they, assign address and then give them to us, and then we'll submit it.
Yep. That's the idea. This is me, but we want the people most affected by the data, if it's bad, to be the ones responsible for it, and that's the 911 center. That's the call takers. A lot of GIS sits somewhere else entirely, and we know that. But we have to call the call takers, because they're the ones that will be affected if the data's not good. Like I said, this slide really says that it is the PSAP service area, and this was written before Nina made some adjustments to the graph. Decided that you have to have a whole separate boundary for the PSAP from this. I don't understand their decision making there, but it's what we have to do. You cannot be without this layer, and you cannot be without the other one. So the 2 sets of layers are the ESBs and the ESCs. ESB stands for Emergency Service Boundary, and it is the poly representing the area for emergency service agencies. You have 4 of them. The PSAP, 1 for the enforcement, 1 for the fire, 1 for the EMS. You could, there's like first responders, rescue, special tactical units, wreckers, anything like that. It's not to maintain these as separate layers. Of your editing capabilities or what you do locally, you keep this as one thing. You have a bunch of tiny little polygons, and you fill things out for those polygons. You have to do that under the NINA standard, and we have some direction for you in the document as to how to do that. But we're going to keep them as these separate layers. And yes, the PSAP layer, with the exception of maybe Sarah Lynn's case, other conglomerate cases, the PSAP layer and the authoritative boundary are going to be identical. And they go to the county boundary. Have them as separate named layers. Then the service zone. The polygon of the ESN or emergency service number. And Wayne was talking about earlier, this is in some cases, if your lines have been properly maintained over the years and are accurate, that polygon should be the same as a combination of the law enforcement, fire, and EMS polygons. Idea. Originally started. Unfortunately, what happens for a lot of people is, with an inability to get things changed at the phone company, either because they didn't know or some resistance there, people going on the alley so much and start relying on their CAD, which they could control, update, and maintain. To what that ESN looks like on the MSAG. 18th Century Link know this, but polygon together, right? Match. You may be in a situation where you've got a plan to do with that MSAG, and I'll address that real shortly. But theoretically, it should be the union of law enforcement, fire, and EMS polygons. Why do both of them? Because both the ASN and the ESZ will eventually be obsolete. That is in actuality. Down the road is not how we are going to be routing calls. Right now, what that is it tells the selective router to route this to your PSAP and attach these 3 pieces of information to it. It's all going to come from the GIS data. I think I've talked about that enough. Those 2 things aren't going to be valuable anymore. By separate pieces of information, one, we can handle the current call routing. We can handle any legacy systems as long as they need us to handle them, but we can do it in the NG911 way and have them ready for that. If you want to be relayed to the call takers, that is going to be spatial, like I said, like wreckers, rescue, things like that, with an N911 system. You can put a polygon, an ESB polygon in for. You just have those 4 at a minimum. Any questions about that stuff? Cool. I'm going to get a document about this just for a second. Under authoritative boundaries, very important. It is the ID. Field in the NENA standard. It is there to identify the PSAP, and if it's the NENA standard, if you decide to, check our document and make sure we did it right, it's going to, that has to be a registered domain name. That's a statement to me, because that's 117 domain names we're theoretically going to have to register, because I'm pretty sure your PSAP does not have an internet name. We haven't for it. That requirement, it does have to be a domain name, but I asked around about that, and that's actually something that's going to be handled within tracks of the infrastructure that Scott was talking about earlier. It's not something we will ever have to mess with or maintain. What we did, though, is assign them. Some basic stuff, explain it right here. We need an identifier, or the LCP PSAP code of the Strategic Planning Council put together, and took that together and stuck it with KSUS. So like Dickinson County is psap.dk.ks.us. And those codes were generated off of who's responsible. So if a city runs the PSAP for the whole county, it may be a 2 or 3 identifier for the city. But we have the whole list in here. It is getting the same in all of your data, but it is required to be there. If you ever see that that has to be a registered domain name, don't worry, that'll be handled for you. I said there's an explanation in here of how to do a combined emergency service boundary layer if you choose to do that. There's absolutely no requirement for you to that way, and I'm going to tell you why, just because for some of you it might save you a little time. We're not from a city and have a lot of city annexations pretty frequently, a couple of cities that get really excited to change their borders a lot. I only have to change 1 layer, and it hits everything. So I did that a long time ago, just because of some software I had internally. This may not be for you at all, But it cut down on the editing I had to do. You'll see that all of these layers, I don't know if you paid much attention, but they're all pretty much identical. It's just the required fields, CID, and then either the ESN or the fire department name or the display name for the PSAP. It's very short stuff. So, the quick things I want to hit. I think we're going to see these two, which aren't there. The county boundary layer and the municipal boundary layer are not in this first set of data, even though I mentioned some requirements earlier that refer to them. The reason it's not there is for locations that don't have, particularly the municipal boundary layer. If you don't have one at all, anyone who's put one together will tell you that is a bit of a paperwork nightmare to figure out all those annexations that happened historically, to put them together, to get them drawn, to make sure that you have every bit of documentation. So, that municipal boundary is also a police boundary or a fire boundary. It's to do, and we're holding off on doing it until we get layers we absolutely gotta have. Dickinson County is an example. City of Chapman, City of Enterprise have police departments. City of Harris has a police department. The other 5 have nothing. They have no police, fire, EMS. They get a response from the sheriff's department, the general EMS, the rural fire departments, just like a rural house. So we do not have municipal boundaries for those 5. The expense necessary to build them would do 0 for 911. We were spending that money, and well spent, and needed by the counties and the cities. I'm not saying that it's not valuable, but it's call routing. Our concern is call routing, so we've got to make sure we have enough money to do this. It's required everywhere before we hit the stuff we know we should have, but don't strictly need. You have to cut your center lines at the municipal boundaries. You don't have them out of this project. There may be cutting that has to be done in the future when you get municipal boundaries made. But you don't cut it right now if you don't have them. If you do, you can cut them. If you have data and you're going through a remediation vendor, they can go ahead and cut them. It's we're going to pay at this point for all of the legal research that goes into developing. County is a pretty the same thing for a whole lot of us. We already have that because it's going to be a PSAP boundary, it's going to be a total or fire boundaries, things like that. But by chance, do not have one. The figures of your county boundary cannot be developed within this first data remediation, not till we see how much money we have available when we get done. The same way they're listed here cell sectors and things like that, but they aren't making the other part of the stuff, so I think you guys can understand that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about MSAGs and MSAG remediation. Get a grant-funded remediator. You're going to pay one, or you're going to have one of the vendors get your data, one of the 5 that were selected for grant funding. This is stuff they're allowed to do, and some stuff that they are not. First of all, they can. Let me start here again. First of all, the existing road segments can be corrected for proper placement, which means on visible road surface. They cannot spend extra time and extra money on existing roads and getting into that 10-foot requirement. For the sake of not making everybody do it, because it's required. The segment required to be set at all the boundaries, and we have a note in here that explains that if you do not have a municipal boundary layer, you don't have to make one unless it's for police, fire, that kind of thing. If don't exist in the original data, they can create them, and they have to meet that 10-foot requirement when they do that. Sorry, keep little bit. The existing address points can be corrected for replacement and attribution. They don't exist in the data at all, they can make them. But again, all address structures and living units, occupancies, and any unique address with a landline, which will come from your TN list, and that's part of the error report that AOS provides. Boundary, they everything for proper placement and topology, and if it doesn't exist, they make it. Same with emergency service boundaries. Whether you want that combination boundary or the multiple layer boundary. That, and frankly, if they're looking at your data, you probably need to do it seriously. Same with ESDs, and then the alias table, they can enter two things on the highways that are required, and any other road aliases where you provide the data to them. They cannot do research, they cannot go on their own, but if you come in and you say, this road is also known as this, or 2 miles of this road are also known as this, they're allowed to create that table for you with that data in it. There are 2 phases to remediation. The first phase is only the stuff we absolutely know we have to have. Make sure we get that all the way across the state. The phase is the stuff we know we'd like to have that would be important, but isn't strictly required. We're going to have to see what happens with that when we see what we are with the money when we're done.
Phase 2 being statewide, or will it be kind of like a, well, we want to do this, kind of like a individual?
I'm pretty sure we're only going to worry about it if we can do it statewide. I think that's, there's no, well, you get it, but you don't. And there's some really big reason, 2 counties that are having a contention over a city that runs between them, and that needs to get created. I just cannot imagine that we would do anything we couldn't afford statewide. Okay. Stuff in the document that you don't actually have to care about what's data aggregation. That section will get bigger and bigger as we know more about aggregation. Inside is a link to every single one of the reference documents that I have given, except that needs draft. We're not allowed to distribute that freely. So, but all of the other documents we refer to are available. List at the end of the attribute domains. So these are used for the data stewards. If you come through here, you'll see a whole bunch of stuff. These are the states that you put in. I did have somebody ask me, why is there anything but Kansas? Because the roads are on the borders. That are not counties in Kansas. We have Colorado, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Nebraska counties, same reason. Municipalities are in here. You must use a name from this list. I think, yeah, Nina told us where to get that. If you have to get in there, one of your cities isn't it, let us know. We'll advocate on behalf of the state for asking them to get it added to the list, but I'm pretty sure they're all there. Stuff, I'm not going to go through them all because it just bore you to death, but this is that type list I was talking about. One, you'll see how abysmal this is. Airport, arena, bank, bar, bus station, cafe, classroom. I guess hospital, but I mean, it's just. There you go. It's a list somebody started to make and then just didn't finish. It's just not valid. So, I know that. That is the data. In brief, a couple of quick slides about all those polygons. You have emergency service boundary layer, like a fire boundary layer. It has to totally fill your authoritative boundary. Basically, if any spot in your authoritative boundary gets a 911 call, we got to know what fire department is there. We got to know what police department is there. So it has to completely fill that boundary layer. The same with SN. All this stuff is detailed pretty well in the manual. We have MSAG remediation. That's going to take some time. So I'm hurrying there. Yeah.
What if they have
then that's an exception that you're just going to have to know. So when AOS says, hey, you don't have any fire there, you're gonna have to go, yeah, I know. Sucks, doesn't it? Don't lose there. Yeah.
One suggestion for that situation, Russell County has a few areas that are fire service, and they got an ESN number for that.
No service? Yeah, and you can do a polygon that says no fire if you'd like to make sure it's filled out. That way you don't trigger the alert. Wow, indeed. That hit something that I do want to point out. This was something, when I came out of 911, really kind of knocked me because I had no idea. There can be a pretty serious difference between where a fire unit taxes and where a fire unit responds. So do not assume, if you are thinking of using taxing units to generate a fire district, do not assume that's appropriate. It has anything to do with it at all. We have a whole section of our county where people are paying taxes to two different fire departments and not getting a response from any. Their response is from a third separate one. I really don't assume that. Don't use units to make fire districts. If you are a GIS person or you are a vendor and you're not in direct contact with the PSAP, you need to get in contact with the PSAP on that one. They need to draw an map or do something to show you where those response boundaries are, because it's very different from taxing units. I'm sure are very clean. Ours isn't, but.
Does that get into one of those things where if they differ that there should be documentation or? Okay, we don't need.
We don't care who they pay tax to. We only care who gets fired, who goes there in a fire truck, basically, for this purpose. I'm sure that'll come into things, but for right now, it's a response thing. I know I ran through that last bit fast, but MSAG is going to take us a few minutes and touch on that and show you guys a couple of the tools out there and out on time. So are there any questions about this? Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if this is the right time or not, and we were just talking at noon, and I know it's not a required layer at the moment, like your cell towers and your cell sectors. I made a comment there was websites out there that you can get this information. Anybody knows?
The FCC website, I'm getting general, so I'm pretty sure that has that information. Hours that one of the cell towers is on 15. That's their location for that cell tower. No address, there's no XY, just 50, which we assume means highway, not street or. I mean, so there is some data out there, but I wouldn't count on it being perfect. It's nice to start, but hang on, where one of the things that we're going to talk about in the phase 2 is how to get those cell sectors and how to help you guys get that data. Much to talk about with MSAGs and the discussions we've had with phone companies will probably be mirrored with cell sectors when we talk to the cell phone providers about that. Cool. MSAG. Analysis includes a comparison between your road centerline file and the MSAG for the jurisdiction. You will get error reports. The first one is all of name and ESN combinations that exist in your centerline file that have no record in your MSAG. If you do not have ESN in your centerline currently, and it's just here about half of the people don't, then it would be all of the street names in your centerline file that do not exist in your MSAG. What is the reverse of that? Every street name and ESN combination in your MSAG that does not currently exist in your centerline file, or if you get ESN, just street name that does not exist in your centerline file but is in your MSAG. The third error report, we have looked at your data. GIS has done. I don't want to take credit for it. I didn't do anything with it, but they will look at your data and they will figure out, do you use potentially in your MSAG, like 100 to 199 is the address range, and in your street center line file, road 100 to 135 in your street center line file. And if there is that center line inside that range for your MSAG, or 100 and end at 125, and the other ones start at 110 and end at 150. That's not cool. They need to fit inside each other somehow. Maybe that you have maintained your data the other way around. Your center lines are what are called special, 1 to 109, and if you were really strict and actual, 101 to 115, and that's it. They will tend, does it fit each other the other way? What you get back is all the places where they don't fit inside each other appropriately. You may look at it and go, on purpose. But a lot of inconsistencies on the no address range. This is not segment by segment. It is the highest and lowest number present in your data. Sarah Lynn showed the document from Nina about how to remediate the ag against the center line. And those are the 3 tests that document starts with. We're having AOS is doing those reports. If you are hiring a vendor for remediation, will produce a specially formatted spreadsheet, having done the research on end, a formatted spreadsheet that shows all of the entries that need to change, all of the entries that, given the research they have done, need to be edited. They need to be split because there's actually 2 ASNs, not 1, or they need to be adjusted. That spreadsheet is one of your deliverables. It is the local MSAG coordinator to get that information into the phone system. We have been negotiating this as much as we possibly can. Tell you where we're at with negotiations because we know what a huge data entry issue this is for a lot of people. We have all the movement we want, but I think we've made some pretty good progress. All you're going to get is the interpretation of the change we made to the MSAG, and then it is up to you to get changes implemented. Working with the phone companies, and we'll start with AT&T. We've been with AT&T, and among the things that happened with AT&T is they have agreed to this stuff, and Oakland County is an example. Some of them have to happen because of some of the weird stations I was just talking about with the city of Abilene are pretty complex. Now, that we couldn't figure out how to enter it into AT&T's system, it would be problematic for us to enter it and really problematic for AT&T to try to work it the way we would put it in. I sent AT&T an example of this and said, do you try to do this? Change, and then you just figure out what we meant, or do you want us to just send the change spreadsheet to you and let you do it? And then if it's super complex, just send it to us. It's so time. Really good news. It's really good news. It saves us a lot of effort. I also said that to provide MSAG free training, specifically for our and specifically off of these spreadsheets. We have copies of the sheets. They helped us work out the format and the formula, and they are going to provide very specific training. It is free. It is webinar. All you have to do is sign on one of the dates and attend, and they take you through doing edits in their system based on these spreadsheets to help with that. The thing that they agreed to is that for those places where the problem is just PS standard, like they have AV instead of AVE for an avenue abbreviation. And we are working on that within the subcommittee, actually, Sarah Lynn and Mark Whalen, who isn't here, working on that. We are going to have a list of all of the places across the state that we see that error, and they're those themselves without any of your intervention. Much easier to fix on their end than on the user end. And so we're going to get all of that updated. Now, you will still see those errors in your error reports because it hasn't been done yet, and it will take AT&T some time to do it. But the only problem is, it should say AVE. You can see that one because it's handled on its own. And just so AT&T did that a long time ago, back when space on a hard drive was at a serious premium, they made a of 2 characters for the street type. They just, that requirement. And so the data's been converted out of that somehow. That's why that is in there, and why they know it's there and they know it's consistent. The thing is, in some cases, as you go through this, you're going to realize that not only is the MSAG wrong, but there are telephone numbers that AT&T has that have an address on them. What you do at that point is submit an email of some kind, a note saying, this address is wrong, it should be this, and submit to the AT&T person that's working with MSAG, and they will research it, and that communication will get started. Hopefully, they'll just be able to change it, but they may need some documentation or something from you. Change the TNs if you think they're a bad address on the phone numbers earlier. That's how you do it. Send them a list. This is what it needs to be. And as I've said about 100 times today, we have Buckeye and Highway 15. We have a couple of places that when the phones went in, AT&T just assumed it would still be Buckeye. It was about a quarter mile outside of Abilene's area of influence, and so those are actually Highway 15 addresses, and they have the wrong thing in the MSAG. Or not in the MSAG, but in the telephone number list. Working with them to get those changed. Until this project started, though, we didn't realize that was there. We didn't know that was the case, so. That is not with AT&T. If you are an AT&T customer, we are going to look at your error report. If it's got a whole bunch of the kinds of errors that AT&T said they'd rather do, we're actually going to ship it straight to AT&T and just notify you that AT&T has it when they're done. If your errors are pretty easy and straightforward, then we'll let you know what training days are available for you to get on and find out how to get your training done. Customers in here? We do. Only one standing. Yep. One more. There's one more. Our success with CenturyLink has not been so bad at this point. We are still working on a lot of things. Now, most of CenturyLink customers are actually in regions that haven't submitted their data yet. So we have a little bit of time with the exception of the 2 of you. But we're still working on things. We'll let you know where it's at. But right now, frankly, I would expect that you need to enter your own changes because we are nowhere near negotiating that at this point. So unless you put it off for quite a while, I think you're probably going to end up doing that.
There's nothing in place that would say for some people to get it done.
Nope.
If they don't get it done, we're still going to be out of sync.
Yeah. And, I mean, and this is what I wanted to get here, because here's what happens. In my presentation, I talked about selective routers and MSAG, selective routers and MSAG. The time when AT&T is ready to switch over and start routing through the I3, and they're going to test that. And then with the phones they have in their phone number list in that MSAG that didn't get fixed. And they successfully hit that MSAG that didn't get fixed. They're going to try to route through I3, and they're going to fail all over the place. They're going to have to not switch. And that's many times before they're going to get pretty gun-shy about it. I mean, just the reality is they're going to be afraid of the liability on them when that isn't right. Getting center line is good business even if this NG911 process was not there. I know this have hit some serious roadblocks, but they, particularly AT&T, has come as far. I personally, in 17 years of 911, have ever moved. The most generous that I have ever seen them be, and I think we should take advantage of it as much as we can. So I recommend if you get one of these, if you get a change report from your immediate vendor, give it at least go to the training, get in there, try to make these changes. It's critical, it's life critical to the citizens of your county. It is something that it is dual work, keeping the MSAG and the center line up as this process goes, but that's just the way it's going to be until the conversion is complete. We're still working with CenturyLink, but I don't want to imply they're not trying to help us. They just have a more intricate bureaucracy. Was that not? can navigate it. We can navigate it. So there's no check in place to make sure the MSAG is done, partially because if we all go through, just the people in this room, not even the whole state, if we all go through and submit our edits to AT&T right now, it could be months before they get them all approved and in there. So how do, again, if it's not a year or more from now, it's got to be that individual PSAPs and individual MSAG coordinators take responsibility for locally. We are doing everything we can reasonably to help you. The other thing to do is pay a remediation vendor to sit there and enter your data so you don't have to. That's too far.
You know where AT&T is at on their transition from 3-digit to 4-digit ESNs?
ESNs into Dickinson County. Well, most of the state is 4-digit. I have not seen much 3-digit data coming back from you guys. I didn't see any 3-digit data when we talked to AT&T and we were going through some stuff, but they've only done 2 ESNs in our area, and they're still running both the 4-digit and the 3-digit in those same places.
We're all 3-digit.
You are?
The entire county's 3-digit.
Yeah, I don't know if it's if our tandem is the last one they're doing, because we're on the same tandem or not. I don't know what the...
I think Jennifer said it's just those areas in town we look at, that are conflicting that they have to change. So it's not the entire state, it's portions that
We were changed to 4-digit like a year or two ago, and that's because we were getting Dickinson County 911 calls because we had the same ESN.
It's the same ESN within a tandem or so.
We share the same tandem and
Right, yeah. I pulled the ESN list because I knew, like I said earlier, we don't look at it, so our dispatchers never said, what Sarah Lynn gets her dispatchers to say, well, that's got the wrong fire department on there.
well, you need to get the donuts.
Yeah, I was one of those dispatchers, and frankly, that wouldn't have motivated me. It's things you just don't need it as you're doing your job. It's something that you have to add to the list of things you're supposed to look at. But I was trying to get the ESN straightened out, and that's when I found out they had even put 2 4-digits in our county. I didn't even know they were there. And they're 1106 and 1107, and we 106 and 107 as well, which they seem to have the same geographic general area, so I'm thinking they're in the middle of that transition. So remediation, we talked about all that kind of fun stuff. Had people ask, well, you're testing the CAMA addresses, does that mean we can fix CAMA? Nobody can fix CAMA. Just how it is.
She's getting back live.
Yeah, here we go. But no, the whole reason we did the test against the situs addresses in CAMA was just to give you an idea of how many address points you might be missing or areas that you might not have known about. We don't test for driveways or unaddressed private roads. Your authoritative boundary polygon can get created by the vendors. Search time for populating attributes or records that are optional. They're not going to go out and collect the speed limits for you, anything like that. Actual entry of the MSAG changes into the telephone system. There's security issues with that. AT&T's kind of uncomfortable with it. And frankly, it's a lot of money for data entry that can be done locally. Up for a minute. These are a couple of really important websites. The first is on the DASK side. It's the NG911 page. This is the rest, but if you just go to the DASK site under Initiatives, the NG911 there. Stuff from this document that I'm talking about to recordings of previous ones of these workshops. I imagine this recording will end up there. And there's the template geodatabases I will talk about in a minute, and the tools I'm talking about will go up online there as well. Then the Graphic Information Services page on the Coordinating Council site has a lot more official stuff in terms of excuse me, for the ABC projects listed out. Like the contracts and the more formal documents, it has the official version of the data model. Right now, they're the same in both places, but that's you go for the formal one because it's the coordinating council that is approving that. So I'm sure Dash will keep it up to date. The official one is sitting at the coordinating council site. Give you guys a minute to copy that, and then we will take just a couple of minutes to look at the tools, and then we will be finished. While we are hitting that, if you are considering doing your own data mediation, not engaging a vendor, a grant or a vendor that you pick on your own and pay for separately, I will warn you, as we have been doing Dickinson County's data, that it is not technically difficult, but it is very time-consuming. Very time-consuming. So you do have a deadline at which your stuff has to pass QA. Take that out when you make this consideration. It's not a question of whether you can, it is a question of whether within your work, the scope of your work now, you have time to finish it within this timeline. This process, many people have commented, is just rocketing forward, and I know a lot of people feel that they are being drug along with it. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how it's flowing. I would love to be able to make it different, but I can't. What is that you need to consider time when you consider whether or not you want to remediate your own data. Like, it's not technically difficult. It is something that I think is good exercise. Certainly you know your data better than anyone else, but consider whether you really have time to do it and do it to quality. There's the thank you. Earlier that we have built a couple of template geodatabases. These are available on the DASC and the coordinating websites. For those who use Esri, this is an Esri. I'd love to be able to give you some help, but frankly, I don't know anything about anything else to help you build them, so this is the only language. Databases, one is for Kansas North and one is for Kansas South data. We have to have them different because this, what is called featured data set here, built with spatial reference, so there has to be one for storing in North and one for everyone storing in South. Years, including the couple that are not currently funded, but that you may already have, so that you can go ahead and load those in. If you picked up the templates previously to about 2 weeks ago, then these actually are new. You might go out and grab them again. We just put up a version, the newest version, which has some corrected topology rules and has those layers in there.
Did we get those on the...
Probably just threw them up on DASC. Yes, I think. So I will kick them to you so you can get them out on the coordinating council website quick. But topology, for those of you that are not familiar, actually holds all the rules that were talked about in that document, making sure all the data sticks together the way it should. And what it does is once you get all your data in there, you run this topology and it tells you every place that there's an issue. You can go in and fix it and look at it. To figure that out or guess or estimate, this is built up so that you can use it. In the data itself, like Word, we talked about having to be in everything, but it's going to be the same for every record in your county. We have the stewards in there, so when you go in to edit data, you'll get a drop down instead of a place to type, so you can pick the one you are, and you don't worry about making a typo. That's trying to help you avoid there. And the road alias table exists here, and it is also tied. This little thingy here is called a relationship class, and you don't need to know much about it other than it ties road alias records back to the line segment that they refer to. And that's the testing that it is going to do, but it also allows the routing along that second road name that I was talking about. So this is all built. You shouldn't have to learn a whole lot about it. You're welcome to go grab them. I am in the process right now of making some videos, the screenshot videos of data into these so that you can be working with it. I'm hoping to get 4 or 5 of them done, or if I get some help, maybe 6 or 7 of them. It really depends on how everybody's time rolls. But the first couple should be up by the end of next week, or at the latest, the end of the week after. This is just, I can get time for it project, so I was hoping they would go really fast, but in front of you guys, but when I go back and listen to myself, I want to change 400 things. So this became a much more complicated process than I thought it would be. This will be out there for those going to attempt to make use of this on your own to help it. We are asking, though it is not required, we are asking that when you turn in data for the quality assurance to AOS, that you do it inside this geodatabase. The benefit to doing that is, one, you're going to put it in here anyway to test it. Two, there are a lot of these little rules that we have talked about where I've said that's an exception. That's something that in your county is okay, but everywhere else maybe isn't. Topology that I mentioned where it tells you errors, you can mark errors as exceptions. You can say, this one ignore in the future. And this will give you a way to communicate that to AOS with them, say, well, you have these 45 errors. Well, these 40 are exceptions and I fixed the other 5. Okay, well, you still have 3 errors. No, those were exceptions. I mean, you don't have to have that back and forth on QA. If you have put your data in here and if you have run it through here and you have marked the exceptions in here, AOS will be able to see them and it will make your QA process go a lot easier for you. I highly, highly encourage you to turn your data in this format. If you're using software that is not Esri, this may also be a good way to take the shape files you're getting out of the software you start from and getting them into an Esri format to start working with them that way. Cool. That was a really quick run through, but I wanted to get you guys sort of out the door on time. Does anybody have any questions or anything that I did not address? Anything you'd like to have covered?
Real quick, on the geodatabase, when you guys want that back, you want the left name just like that, or would you like some reference to the county that it goes to, or just let the steward? I mean, send it back to her, just...
Because you're going to submit it to us as whatever the jurisdiction is, so we'll know.
Let's,
But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to...
yeah, pull it through the county initials on the front of it. Yeah, you can leave it just like it is and just stick the county initials on the front of it. Yeah.
Because I know it's in the steward, you know, it's in there saying...
Yeah, it's in all of the data, but it would be easier to grab it in a...
911 in.
For the data aggregators, it'd be awesome to be able to see that just straight away. Stick it at the front, stick it at the end, put it on there.
Okay.
Any No, but thank you so much for offering. Appreciate it, though. I really do. I think we're set then, Randall. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Five things, and then I'm going to let you go. First is, Eamon, thank you very much for setting up this facility and arranging lunch. It's fantastic. You're a fantastic host. Thank you very much. Also want to thank Sarah Lynn and Jessica for sharing their perspective. And the second thing I want to share with you is there is no excuse. You don't know what's going on or you can't get questions answered. Scott's here. Scott is your first line of defense, meaning if you have and you're just not sure who to call for help, call Scott. He'll steer you in the right direction. But there are no restrictions to reaching out to anybody. I mean, you've heard Sherry, you've heard Jessica, you've heard Sarah Lynn, Ken and his team over here. You got your remediation vendors out there that are willing to help you. There are a lot of people you can reach out to. There's excuses for saying that, you know, I didn't know what was going on or what to do. The thing is, if you did not get a receipt for lunch from me, and you need that, I'll be here for 5 minutes and 5 minutes only. And remember your homework assignment. What is it? Training. Who you send that to? Scott. Good deal. And the last thing is, we appreciate your time so much. We know you guys have jobs that that you do all day long. And we appreciate your taking the time to come here and listen to this. We hope it's helpful for you now and in the future. Please drive home safely, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care.